Hello guys, my name is David Rock and I'm the founder of Space and Nocode Africa. I'm also a FlutterFlow ambassador. In this course, I'm going to be teaching you how to build an online learning mobile application without writing a single line of code. Now this is the design of the online learning mobile application that you're going to be learning how to build. Alright, so we actually have like two designs. You can actually decide on which of the designs you want to go for, but in the course we're going to be focusing on just building the this particular one, which is the light theme. And in this course you're going to learn how to carry out different features within FlutterFlow without writing a single line of code. You're going to be enjoying this tutorial really much. Okay, so you're going to learn how to carry out CRUD. CRUD is an acronym for create, read, update and delete, which is the primary thing that you should learn while embarking on your journey as a FlutterFlow developer or as a software developer. So I will be teaching you how to build all of this and put it into a functional application without writing a single line of code. You'll be able to create scenarios where your user will have to actually pay for a course, like add courses to the cart and then pay for these courses using Stripe. All right, and you're going to learn how to set up Firebase security rules, set up some security functionalities within Firebase, all right, that will help protect your application from different vulnerabilities. All right, so this is one of the best courses that you should actually take right now and begin your journey in FlutterFlow. All right, so just go ahead and then check for the button to actually purchase this course and jump right in. One of the things that you're going to get as an added package for this particular course is that you're going to get the link to clone this application for free. All right, so you will actually, after learning how to build this, okay, you'll be able to have access to the clonable link and you can use this particular application to run your own business. Assuming that you're building maybe you teach people different things, you can actually turn this mobile application into your business, and so you will be getting more like two-in-one scenario right now. You'll be learning how to build it, you'll be learning how to manage it, and you'll also be getting the completed application for free without writing which was built without writing a single line of code. All right, so just go ahead and jump right in and then purchase the course and we'll see you in class. All right, well done. Hello guys, welcome to the very first part of our course, and just like in the introduction, you're going to be learning how to build an online learning mobile application. All right, so full credit goes to the UI UX designer who made this available for free on Figma community. All right, and so we are going to be using this resource material here to create an online learning mobile application in FlutterFlow without writing a single line of code. Okay, so it has a few number of screens, so we should be able to get this done really quick. And of course this is going to be like different parts, so this is going to be like part one, then we will have all different parts too. Okay, so let's get right into it. It's a very unique and simple design, so I don't think we should have any issue trying to navigate around it. All right, so there are two designs here. We have the dark theme and we have the the light theme. So we're going to be using the light theme, and you can find the link to this Figma design on your very first welcome message, all right, here on Udemy. All right, so let's get right into it. We're going to start first with designing this particular screen, which is the Hotman. All right, so with that you're going to learn front-end development within FlutterFlow. So in all the parts we're going to have like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So these are 10 screens, so we're going to have like 10 front-end tutorials, like front-end tutorials for this particular course. All right, yeah, so then after that we can start the back-end. So front-end first, then back-end later. All right, so let's jump right into it. Now when it comes to designing replicating UI UX designs inside FlutterFlow, you need to first of all go ahead and you need to just go ahead and then click on the top of the main screen. Let's say you want to work on this, so you just tap on this, and when you tap on it you'll be able to see some things on the right hand side here. All right, so it will show you the width of the screen and then the height as well. all right, because that's going to allow you to have an idea of the exact dimension of the screen. Okay, so let's go into FlutterFlow. If you don't have an account, just click start for free and register straight up. All right, I have an account, lucky me. Okay, so we're going to just wait for a couple of seconds, and then we're going to have FlutterFlow coming on board. Then we will just begin building our application. All right, so that's loading. Okay, so meanwhile, I think let me just come back here and talk about a few things before we continue. All right, so when using Figma, all right, there's a new feature which is called the developer mode. So you have to also always ensure that you turn this on. Well, there'll be times where I'll need to turn this off and I will tell you, but until then, I won't tell you. Okay, so let's go ahead and then come into FlutterFlow. And then here, I'm just going to go ahead and click on create new, and I'll give this project a name. So the project is going to be called online learning app. Yes, you guessed right. Okay, so create blank, and then we can begin our project. So now one of the first steps is actually for you to connect your project to Firebase. So here you see set up Firebase, and you don't necessarily need to change the project name because you just already did that. And you can go ahead and set up Firebase now, or you skip. So Firebase is where you get to store all the different files that will be used by your application, right? So when your user creates an account, it gets stored there, all right? Like the whole ID and the email, not the password. The passwords are always encrypted, okay? So, and then let's say the user uploads a photo of themselves, okay? So you have all of those files stored in Firebase. And Firebase also helps you in facilitating some security for your mobile application, okay? So at this point, since we are only going to be focusing on just the front end, so we can go ahead and just skip this step. All right, good. Now we need to go ahead and set up our screen. This is the interface for FlutterFlow dashboard for your project. All right, so we will just go ahead and be learning different things about this dashboard by doing things. Okay, so I won't just go ahead and start saying this is this, this is that. Well, we're going to have to just understand how to do it by using the dashboard. Okay, so this is your screen, your main screen, and you can have multiple screens on your project. So this is the place called widget tree, where you get to see all the different pages. Okay, so right now we have just one page, and it's called home page, and you can actually get to rename this page by coming here, clicking on the page itself, and clicking the scaffold. Scaffold is like the very first foundation for each of your screen. Like every single screen or page, a screen is also called a page. Every single screen has a scaffold, which is what all the different parts of the page is built on top of. All right, so just imagine it as a foundation. Okay, foundation for building. So, and then of course you can build anything on top of nothing, so that means there has to be a foundation. And according to how FlutterFlow is designed, you can delete anything else that is on top of the foundation, but not the foundation itself. So if I try to like right click on this and say delete, it will tell me cannot delete from canvas, but I can delete the column, I can delete the app bar, which I'm going to do now. So now I'm going to delete this app bar, what you see here. I'll take it out because I don't need it. Just click delete on your keyboard and it's gone. Okay, so now the next thing that I need to do quickly is I'm going to go ahead and then start building. So I think I'll just take off this just so that we can start everything from scratch. So this is just the foundation, right? So I've deleted that, and then let's go ahead and come back to FlutterFlow and see what this is called. It's called auth-main. I like to still keep the names of the screens just like the way it was kept by the designer. All right, so let's come over here and then do that immediately. So I'll come over here to the home page. I've clicked on the scaffold, so I can now come over here on the right hand side and click here and then rename it to, I like to use small letters, so auth-main. Okay, auth-main, not auth-man. All right, so now we have this. You can click on this to save it, or just click somewhere else and it saves. So this is auth-main now, and we need to begin building this. All right, so you see this particular part, you don't have to be worried about that because FlutterFlow will keep space for it, because of course when you're running a mobile application, right, you're going to have these particular different icons on your phone itself. So that's why they've already kept space for that. You don't have to design it. You just have to design anything from here below. All right, most designers don't even put this side. Okay, so let's go ahead and then look at how this works. Now this is a screen, all right, and we have different components, right? This is a component here, like these are images, is a text, another text, and I think there is some sort of border around this. Yes, some sort of border around this. Enter your name or email, password, login, sign up, right? All of that. So what we want to first of all recognize is that all of these things is inside a column. A column is a widget, all right? Column is a widget that allows you to put things from top to bottom, allows you to stack things or arrange things from top to bottom, while a row is a widget that allows you to put things from left to right. So when you want to, when you see a scenario like this where you need to put things from top to bottom, the very first widget you need to put is called a column. All right, so we are going to come back here to FlutterFlow, and in our scaffold, we will click on this icon that says add a child to this widget. So we'll click on it, and then we will say column. Now we have a column inside. The next thing we need to do is go back to Figma and then begin getting components inside FlutterFlow. Now this is it. We have these beautiful logo here. What we can do now is we can just go ahead and look at the, let me just pull this apart, maybe just hide it. Now you can go ahead and look at the right hand side of the screen, so you will see the different properties here. All right, so here is the logo. We can click on export because we want to export it and take it to FlutterFlow, right? So the next thing that we're going to do right now is we will go ahead and pick this, maybe make it like 3x or 2x. Don't make it too big because it also contributes to the overall size of your application. So then I'll click on preview and then I'll look at it. This is the preview of the logo itself, all right, with all the blur and everything. So I'll go ahead and say export logo. Now it exports the logo. Now this logo is an image, and we can use an image widget inside FlutterFlow to bring this into FlutterFlow. Okay, so I'll go ahead and come back to FlutterFlow. Before I go to FlutterFlow, I have to check out the size of this image. So if you hover on it with your dev mode turned on, right, you will see the dimension. It says here 75 pixel by 74.999998, but I like to use the approximate value, which is 75 pixel by 75 pixel. So here we will just say, I'll click on this column now. And okay, before I continue, now you observe this particular image is also on the same horizontal line with the text here that says fire course, and that simply means for you to be able to do that, you need to put it inside a row, because a row allows you to arrange things from left to right. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and then come to the FlutterFlow and then add a row first, and in the row we're going to go ahead and add an image, and the image has a property. So the property here is going to be the width and the height. So we'll make it 75, and we will make this one as well 75. That's it. So like this, now we have the approximate dimension for the image that we want to bring in. Let's go ahead and remove the border radius. Border radius is what makes the edges of the image to be curved. Okay, so we don't need it because it wasn't there. Now the next thing we need to do is let's go ahead and bring in the logo that we downloaded from, that we exported from FlutterFlow, exported from Figma into FlutterFlow. So I'll go ahead and click on these. So it says here image type, so I'll click on it and say asset. So with asset, I can go ahead and upload the image from my system. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, this is the image, so I'll just click on it and I'll go ahead and then open it. All right, so with that, I have the file inside FlutterFlow, right? So it's loading, it's going to be available soon. Okay, so now that's taking a little bit more time than usual. Okay, so I think it's gonna come up soon. Okay, all right, so while we're waiting for that to come up, the next thing that we need to do quickly is also to bring in the text that is here. So I'll go ahead and click this to copy the text. All right, this text, okay, this is actually not a text. I thought this was a text. Well, it's actually a text, but I'm not allowed to copy it for some reason. Yeah, for some reason I can't highlight on this text, but not to worry. What you can do is actually, when you click on the component here on Figma, just go on the right hand side and you will see the content. All right, so this is it. So I can just click here to copy it. So it says copy to clipboard. I will now go ahead and look at the dimension of this text. So you see here, the font weight is 400, the font size is 36 pixel. So I'll come back over here. Okay, so this is still taking some time. All right, so this is up. Now I will go ahead and then bring this up into FlutterFlow. So I'll go ahead and click here. And then the next thing I'm going to do quickly is I'm going to click on the row, which is this one now. I'm going to click on add a child to the row, which is going to be the text. All right. And then I will paste the text that I copied, remember? And then I will go ahead and look at the dimension again. So here we have 400 by 36. So I'll come back here to FlutterFlow and scroll down. I will see the property of the text. So it's going to be 400 by 20. What did I see there? Okay, so we're going to have these as 36. So this is going to be 36. And then the next thing I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. Let's look at it. So we have a color here, right? So this is a color. We'll go ahead and just click on the gradient here. We'll just copy it. And then we will come over to FlutterFlow again. And FlutterFlow doesn't really allow you to create like way too many things, but you can actually go ahead and turn on the gradient scenario here. So you have linear and you have the direction too. So I can actually go ahead and paste this. So it has two colors. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight the remaining one here. So I pasted it, I'll just cut it. All right, so this is going to be the first color. And then I'm going to click to add the second color here. You see? So like that, we have our design. Okay, so now it gives us this particular scenario. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to try to center align these two components here. Like we try to put it at the center. Now there's a space between the text and the logo. So we'll come over here and give it a padding of 9. Okay, because it was 9 there. So if you hover here, you see on the left hand side is 9. Now we have that. Next thing we need to do quickly is we need to go ahead and copy this one. So this is a text as well. So I'll click on it and copy it from here. And then I'll come back to FlutterFlow. Let's click this first to center align it. So I click here, then I center align it. I'll click on the main column itself because I want to add another row under this first one. So I'll click on the column and add a row. In the row, I'm going to add a text. Okay. So I'm going to add a text. The text is going to be what I'm pasting here. Now, here what I'm going to have is 400 by 16. Okay. So with these now, I will go ahead and then change the font size here to 16. And I also need to come back here and copy the color code of the text. So well, it says here 25. So I think this is just going to be a black color, but the opacity is 25%. So I'll click on these and then reduce these, just keep reducing it until I see this placed on to 25. Okay, so something around that. So I can say use color. So now I have this. Okay, so with these I can go ahead and then center align it, click on the row, center align it, and there you go, we have a center aligned scenario. So I can go ahead and hover on this. It says 43, so the padding for this particular text is 43 above. So I'll click here and say 43. Don't forget, I'm already selecting the row that contains the text, not the text itself. Okay, then the next thing I need to do quickly is it says you enter your name or email. So this is a text field. So it says enter your name or email. Then this is the password field, says enters password. So I'll go ahead and come here, click on the column itself because I want to put those two things here. I'll search for something called text field. All right. So I'll search for text field, then I'll click on it. Now I have a text field. I will scroll down. All right. And then turn the input border type to outline. That means I want to have an outline around my text field. Okay, more like a line, a border. All right, and then here, if you can see here, it has a border of 20 radius, 20 pixels. Okay, so I'll give it a padding of 57 on both sides. So now I'm going to come back here and say scroll up and say 57, 57, and then come over here and say 57. Okay, then scroll down and say border radius is 20. Beautiful. Now we have this. Now it says you enter your name or your email. So I'll click on it and then copy what we have here. So it says 400 by 12 here. Always observe. So I'll scroll up. I will see where it has the label text. Control A, Control V to paste what I copied, and it's 400 by 12. There you go. So then the next thing that I'll do is change the color of the text. Okay, so I'll copy it there, and then I'll come over here and paste it. Okay, so like this, and that's it. Okay, so now that we have that, the next thing that we need to do quickly is let me see. All right, so we have this enter these. What we can actually do again is let me see, we can have okay, we don't have that here. Border width. Okay, so let's change the border width to 0.5. okay, yeah, just 0.5, just almost negligible, right? Because it was almost negligible here. If you don't look at it very well, you won't see it. All right, so we have that. The next thing we need to do is click on the text field itself, and then look at the, so I'm going to click it here and hover on top. I will see that it has 44 pixels above, like the padding above is 44. So I'll say 44. Then now that it's selected, I'll say Control D to duplicate it. Okay, so now I'm going to use this for the password field. So I'll click on here and just maybe just copy the content. Then here I have, let me click on this now and look at the distance apart. So it says 16. So I'll come back here and reduce the padding on the top here to 16 for the password field. And I'll scroll down to where we have the label text, Control A and Control V to paste password. And that's it. So now the next thing I need to do quickly is I'll go ahead and create the buttons. So we have a button here. All right, we have a button here and then we have a button here. Now let's go ahead and see which of the widgets that is going to allow us to have this kind of gradient. All right, so let's try to bring in a button widget. So I'll click on the column itself and then click on add a child to the column and say button. Before I even continue building, I will scroll down so that you can see if at all we can have something that will allow us to have a gradient. So now here on FlutterFlow, you can't really add a gradient to a button. Like so, if you can see it here, we can't really add a gradient to a button. There is no place that says gradient. Okay, we could add a gradient to the text, but we can add it to the button. All right, so these are the only properties that we have. So button in this case will not be the best thing to use if at all we want to have almost a replica of this. So what are we going to use instead? We're going to use a container. So first of all, hover on it and look at the dimension. The height here of this button is 57. The width is 325. The spacing on the, forget about the width, just focus on the padding on the left and on the right. Well, we have to make it uniform. So let's just stick to 20. All right, 20 pixels on the left, 20 pixels on the right. So now that we have that, we're going to go ahead and then come back to FlutterFlow, and the column is already clicked. So we'll click this and add a container. A container will be able to give us the gradient feature. So we'll go ahead and highlight this, the height of 57, and the width is going to be maximum. We're going to have a padding of 20 on the right and a padding of 20 on the left. And here we're going to have a border radius of 40 pixels. So I'll come over here and say 40 pixels. Beautiful. And then I will go ahead and then just add something else. So here we will add a row inside the column, inside the container. All right, so that we can put our text. All right, so but for now, let's just stick to producing this. So this is the gradient. I'll click to copy it just like we did before, and then I'll scroll down here, and the container has a gradient feature. So I can now go ahead and paste this here. Don't forget that there are like two things. So I'll highlight the second one and Control X to cut it out. Okay, so I'm using a Windows. Okay, so I'll go ahead and paste this here and say enter. So now I have this gradient kind of, all right? So you can actually, play around with these things and see what you can get out of it. So it has some features here, align times, gap, a lot of things. So you can actually try to see how you can play around it just to get things right. For now, I won't really go so far into adjusting that. So we will go ahead and add a row inside the container so that we can do what? Add a text. Okay, now the text is going to say login, right? Yes, so we click on this and just copy it. I like to prefer to just copy things. So just scroll up and copy. Sorry, paste. And then here I'll go ahead and click on this to change the text to white. Click on the row and center align it, and then click on this. Now the text itself is 400 by 18. So I'll come over here and change this to 18 just to make it a little bit bigger. All right, beautiful. Now we have this. So we can look at the padding from the top for the button. So I'm clicking on the button and hovering, and I'll see that the padding on the top is 39. Okay, so I'll put here 39. All right, and so we have 39. No, not on the text, but I have to select the container. Okay, so I'll say 39. Now with these, I can go ahead and say Control D to duplicate the what I had done so that I can use it for this one. And then let me just go ahead and copy this, sign in with Google, and paste it here in this one. All right, so we'll just paste this first. There you go. And then now we have this. So click on this and copy the linear gradient scenario, and just scroll down and come over to the container itself. Click on the container. You have to see that in the widget tree, and then scroll down to where we have the gradient and paste this first color, highlight the second color, and cut it out. And then okay, so how many colors do we have there? Wait a minute. Okay, so I think let me just come over here and just paste everything again and see. No, not that. Let me come back here and just copy the linear gradient, come over here and just paste it. Let's see. I want to learn something. Okay, so here I want to kill it. Okay, all right, so I think that's not going to work out as I imagined. So I'll just paste this, and what I would like to do is just keep going forward, and then highlights this. This happens to be like 2 different colors. Aha, okay, so let's paste this one here. Let me see. It's not giving me what I need. Let's see what we can do out of this. So it has 3 colors. This one had 2 colors, but this one, it actually has 3 colors. So we will hover on it and look at what we can get out of this. So it has let me turn off the dev mode because I want to be able to see. Okay, that's not even still gonna show me what I need to see. Okay, all right, let me turn it back on, and I will see what I can get from here. So we have 1 color here, we have 1 color here. All right, so I'm copying this, what we have here. Okay, so I'm just copying this here, Control C, and then I'm gonna paste it here. Let's go. So that gives me the first one. Let's come back here and go in again. That's yellow again. So almost the same yellow, but let's just copy this. Okay, Control C, and then I will go ahead and paste this here. There you go. So now we have something like this. Okay, so then we need to do this particular one for the text and then sign up here. So let me just go ahead and come back to FlutterFlow and click on this. Actually click on the row, Control C, click the column and Control V to paste it. We are just reusing what we had done before. So I'll go ahead and just click on this and copy it. It says 400 by 12. The padding from here is 35. Well, I like to memorize a lot of things before I go on. So here I'll change it to 35 for the padding on the top, and then here it's going to be 12. Okay, and the main content itself, I'm going to just paste this. Then I will click on this and say Control D to duplicate. Then here I'm just going to copy the sign up, look at the padding from the top, 51 pixels, and I come back to FlutterFlow, click on this and change this to 51. All right, 51, click on this and paste what I had copied. Now, so far we have been able to create or replicate what we have in this place. So what I need to do now is click on maybe this image and look at the padding from the top, padding from here. So 101. So I will come over here and click on this and give it 101 padding from the top. just to bring things to almost the same position as what we have in design. So if we go ahead and click on this to preview the application, we will see that we have done something remarkable, something really, really remarkable and amazing. So I'm just going to preview the application, and what I did was to click on this to actually preview the application. So what we have done is unique and remarkable. I just wanted us to see how it looks like in the preview mode. Okay, so let's just wait a couple of seconds for this to load up, and then we can see it. Okay, so there you go. This is how it looks like in the preview mode. It will have this beautiful, design. This is it. Okay, so that's it. We have been able to create something really unique and amazing. So we'll get to see in the second part of the course. Take care. Hello guys, welcome to the second part of our course, and in this part you're going to learn how to do this screen. All right, so we'll try to see how we can be a bit faster for this screen. Okay, so let's shoot. Now considering how this screen is structured, all right, so you're going to have the same scenario, right, which is what we talked about in the previous time. That means you're going to consider putting a column first in the scaffold before you even put anything else. So let's go over here and let's come to this particular icon. So we have to click it to create another page, and we will say create blank, and we will give it a name. So what name are we giving it? It says here dashboard, so let's give it dashboard. Okay, so dashboard, and we'll say create page. Beautiful. So I'll click on the app bar like we did the last time and delete it. All right, and okay, I know that we didn't change this before, but let's just change it now and it wouldn't hurt. So 375, yeah, we can change it like that. So yes, we can zoom this in a bit. All right, now what we need to do is, this is a column, so just like I did before, I will just go ahead and delete this the column. So let's start from the beginning. So here we're going to add a column first, because on that screen, what screen am I referring to? On this screen we have things stacked from top to bottom. All right, so pay attention. Okay, so now we're going to have we're going to go ahead and put a column, which I just did. So there's a column now. We're going to go ahead and put a row here. You see that these things are stacked from the left, all right, all through to the right. So that means there's a row here that allows us to put all of these things inside. So first of all, I'll go ahead and click on this particular logo, right, the logo itself, and I will come here on the right and say export preview, and I see this. Okay, so now I want to make it such that I have this image, all right, exactly at the, like, I'm gonna have an image exactly on top of this logo. But first of all, let's export the logo. So I export the vector. I can change this to, let's say, 2x and export. Okay, so now that that's been exported, let me check out the dimension. So I hover on it. If I hover on it, it's supposed to show me the dimension, but I don't know, for some reasons it's not. Okay, so let's see, let's try it again. Oh, okay, what's happening there? For some reason it is not. So I'm going to turn off this dev mode. Sometimes it usually makes things misbehave. Okay, that's not fair. Okay, so we have it now. So we have 65 pixel by 65 pixels. All right, so we'll come over here and say, let's add a row first, like I said. So we add a row. So now here inside the row, we're going to add an image. Okay, so we have an image inside here, and it's a 65 pixel. Okay, so 65 pixel by 65 pixels. So this is where you manipulate the property of the image widget. Then I'll remove this border radius. We don't have need for a border radius. And so what we need to do now is, we've already downloaded that. So let's go ahead and bring it inside FlutterFlow. So we'll scroll down and change this thing from network to assets. Okay, and then we will click to upload an image. It's going to open our system, and then we can actually go find the image. So this is the image, this one, and then we'll upload it. Okay, now that has been uploaded, what we need to do next is we need to go ahead and put in this image. See, there's an image here. All right, and it's 40 pixel by 40 pixel. Let's go ahead and just export it first before I now tell you the extra gist that you need to know. Okay, so it has this other blurry thing around here. I don't like that, so I will turn these drop shadow off. Okay, so it just gives me only this. All right, so that's what I want. So I will just export this. Okay, that's been exported. Now I can actually go ahead and bring that back. Okay, so you see there's just some sort of difference there. All right, so the next thing I need to do now is I'll go back to FlutterFlow. I want to put that image on top of another image. All right, so the only way you can do that is by using something called a stack. A stack allows you to, just like its name says, to stack things on top of things. And so we're going to go ahead and wrap the image that we already have here, this one. We're going to right click on it and say wrap widget with a stack widget. Now with the stack widget, we can now put some other things on top of it. So let's just do it by, let me show you practically. So I'll click on the add a chart to the stack widget, and the chart is going to be an image. So in this case, I'll just say circle image because we have a widget called circle image because that image was circular. And let's look at the dimension of the image again. It's 40 pixel by 40 pixel. So we will come over here and change the diameter of the circle image to 40. Beautiful. Now it's somewhere around here. Let me even zoom in so that you can, see it properly. Somewhere around here. What I need to do again now is I need to go ahead and bring in the image from my system. Yeah. So let's bring it in first. So I'll change from network to asset. Click on this to upload the image. And then now it's inside my system. So I'll just click to copy it, like click it and click on open. All right. So it's going to be opened in FlutterFlow. Now it's open here already, but look at the position. All right, let me click out so you can see. Look at the position. It's not where it is supposed to be. It's supposed to be somewhere around here. Now the reason is because this image has some sort of padding from the left of, let's say, this box. Okay, so see it here. If I hover like this, I'm holding down the Alt key on my keyboard. You see, I just keep tapping it. I've selected the image already, and then I'm holding down the Alt key just to see the padding on the top and the padding on the left for this particular image. All right, so now it says 20 on the left, 20 on the top. Now that's what we're going to do. So we're going to say click on the circle image and say the padding on the left is 20. Done. The padding on the top is 20 as well. Now like that, we have this image exactly where we want it to be. Beautiful. Now let's go ahead and then create this one. Now if you observe this particular thing, what we have here is somehow stacked on top of themselves. So there's a column here. All right, there's a column here. The whole of these is inside a row, and we've already added this, but now this is in a column because it's somehow stacked from top to bottom, like kind of. All right, so what we need to do is we need to just go ahead and get these things out of here. So let me see, it's okay now. Good, it's allowing me to click on it. So I'm going to copy this. Welcome back. And let me turn back my dev mode. Yeah, so I can see the font weight is 700. The font size is 10 pixel. So let's come here first. In the row that contains this particular design, we need to add a column. All right, so I'm going to add a column. All right, inside that column, I'm going to add a text. All right, now the text is what I had copied, and it says welcome back, and then it was 700, which is bold, by 10. Okay, beautiful. Now we have that, and the reason why it's in a column is because just like now I can say Control D on my keyboard, it duplicates it and stacks it like that. That's why we did what we did. So now I'll come back here and just tap on Mahmood. Okay, Mahmood is not allowing me to tap on. So I will just go ahead and come here and copy it. All right, so I'll copy it and look at the dimension is 700 by 14. Okay, so I'll click on what I had duplicated. I duplicated by saying Control D. All right, by what I mean when I say by saying I mean by clicking on the keyboard Control D. All right, so I'll just say Mahmood, like I'm pasting down, Control S, and then I will come over here and change this to 14. Beautiful. Now that I have this, I need to go ahead and click on the column. Okay, before we continue, let me click on the row itself. Let's give it a padding from the top. Well, yes. Do we need to? No, we don't need to. Okay, so let's go ahead and then put this particular thing. So you might be asking, how are we going to put this other one? Now, these guys are inside a column, but these two people are together. So they are in a row. All right, so left and right. top, bottom. Okay, so we're gonna put a row here. Well, we didn't put it before, but now we have Mahmoud here. So we need to now go ahead and right click on this text and say wrap widget with a row. Okay, so now it's in a row, and we can now add an image inside that row. Okay, so what is that image going to be about? So this is the image. Now this tiny thing here is an image. It's an icon actually, but we might not be able to have the specific icon inside FlutterFlow. So I'll just go ahead and well, let's see. No, we might not find that. Let's go ahead and just export it and say preview, and let's go exporting it. So exported. Now the dimension is 20 pixel by 20 pixel. So let's come over here and reduce the width of this image to 20 pixel, and then the height to 20 pixel. Remove the border radius, it's not necessary. Change from network to asset, and then upload the image. Okay, so here we have the image. So I'm just going to click on this and say open, and now we're going to have the image. All right, there you go, we have the image. Then I can say like this. Okay, so now it's zoomed in so much, that's why it looks blurry. Okay, so let's go ahead and come back here and see there's some sort of spacing. No, let's give it some little padding from the text itself. So maybe let's say 4 pixels. Now let's click on the column that contains all of these and give it an alignment. See, I'm going to click on this alignment to bring everything on the same side. Now, beautiful. The next thing I'm going to do is that look at it. Now all of these things are like on the center of this text. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to click on the row. All right, you see, and then I will say center. Okay, no, not that one. Control Z. Okay, it's already center here, but we need to go ahead and let's give the column here some padding from the left. So well, just a little bit, maybe 12. Let's say 12. Okay, just something like that. And then now there is this thing that is here that we have as a what is it called, some sort of blur, right? There's some sort of blur around there. So we can do that by giving this image a blur. Let me see, do we have that particular property here? Okay, we don't. We're supposed to like use a stack to do that. I think when we are doing a finishing touch, I will put that under it. Okay, so let's go ahead and just continue. And then the next thing we need to do is put up this bell here. All right, so we have to put up the bell. So I'm going to click on the bell itself, and it's now everything, right? I don't want the bell to have, I don't want to export everything, because these red dots here is supposed to show when there's a notification, right? So if you download everything now, it simply means that every single time it's going to show that it looks like there's a notification. So we just need only the bell. So I'll double tap again. Okay, so I need to turn off this developer mode. So I need to double tap again just so that I can get, I need only the bell. Okay, so export, and let's preview. Oh, it's giving me with the icon. Okay, now it's not going to allow me. Okay, so I'm selecting the two of it and say Control G to group. So I'm grouping these two guys now, and then I'll click on export. Now I have just the bell, so I can export it. And the bell is 17 pixel approximately by 18 pixel. Let's come back here and click on the row and say 17 pixel. Let's add an image. Okay, so we're adding an image. The image is going to be 17 pixel. All right, 17 pixel by 18, right? Beautiful. Then let's remove the border radius and change this from network to asset, and then let's upload this. Okay, so we're going to upload the thing that we just brought in. Let's see, where is it? We just downloaded something. Where did it go to? Okay, I think it came up as a zip folder. Like, so I had to click on this to say all files. So I need to go ahead and then cut this. So I'm just going to say cut. Then let me open this place where I have some of my files and paste it. Right click on this and say extract. Extract all. Yeah, extract all. Extract it here. So that way, okay, that way I can have it here. So I can have it inside this. I'll click on icons, click on this and then upload it. Okay, so now we have this icon here. It doesn't look okay because I've zoomed it in way too much. So now I'll go ahead and wrap this icon with a stack. Now the reason I'm doing that is because I want to be able to introduce this small circle here, this small icon on top of it, which is just 7 pixel by 7 pixel. So I'm wrapping it with a stack so that I can now add something else on top of it. So I'm clicking on add a chart to that stack and I'm adding a container. Don't worry, the container is going to be circular and the diameter is going to be 7. And not just that alone, it's going to also be red color. So I'm going to copy this. Now let's turn on our developer mode and copy this. So I'll come back here and paste the color of the container. Beautiful. Now we have red. Okay, so the next thing we need to do quickly is we need to go ahead and click on the row and say let's spread these things apart. All right, and so I'm now going to go ahead and click on here and I'm spreading things apart. But the problem is this one is following me because that's just how it is. Now I want to make sure that this one sticks to this one all the time. And for this particular person, I'm going to click on the stack, which is like the parent that contains all of this. I'm going to go ahead and then give it a padding of, let's see here, 26 from on the right. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a padding of 26 on the right. So 26 here, front problem solved. And then now I'm going to go ahead and wrap this particular, all of this one, which is already inside the stack. So I'm going to wrap all of this. So let's go ahead and wrap all of this. Right click, wrap all of this inside a row. Okay. And then come over here and cut this column out of here by saying Control X. And then I'll click on the row. Let's see, where is it? This is the row. And then I'll say Control V. Now that way I have been able to bring these two things together because I'm like wrapping both of them inside a row. Okay. All right. So with some little practice, you will be able to really understand what I just did there. Now I have this particular situation done for me properly. And I can now just reduce this. Okay. Just so that it doesn't turn out the beauty of it. Now let's wrap up. Let's go a little bit faster. Okay. So we have a big container here, right? So it's a blue container, but it has some gradient. Now let's go ahead and see how we can create this. First of all, the container has a height of 225, if you can see, all right. So 225, then the width is 336. So I don't normally like to fix the width. I like to just use the padding on the left, which in this case is 19. And then here is, I'm going to look at the height. So I'm going to just go ahead and come back to FlutterFlow, click on the column, and then I'll click to add a child to the column. I'm adding a container. All right. And then the container is, let's come over here. The container's height is 225. All right. So I'll say 225 is the height. I'll come here and say 225. Okay. So 225. And then here I'll say, this is the width, maximum width. Then I'll say 19 and 19. Okay, so the reason why I'm saying maximum width is because when you're changing screens, like maybe you're using a larger screen, I want it to expand, all right, to fit the size of the screen. If I fix the width, if you use a larger device, a device with a larger interface, it's not going to expand. All right, now we're going to go ahead and look at the border radius. It says 30, so we'll add a border radius here and say 30. Okay. Now that we have done that, the next thing we need to do quickly is let's go ahead and then bring in some of the things here. So I will go ahead and let's see how we can do this. I will come over here and now we have some things that we need to do here. Yes, we have some things that we need to do here, which is going to be like making sure that all of this works out very well. So let's see. Let's start with the gradient of the container. So I'll click on this main and copy it. Before I do that, let me just hover on it and see it has two colors. Beautiful. So it's a gradient. So I'll come here. This is a container. Scroll down. I'll see a place that says gradient for my container. I'll turn it on. All right. Then I'll paste the color that I just copied. I don't think I copied that color well. So let's come back here and okay, let's see. It should be correct now. It's still the same thing. Okay, so how do we copy that? let's come over here. All right, I'm just going to scroll out here. So you see the two colors that makes up the background gradients are here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy here, Ctrl C, highlight and copy it, and then I'll come here and paste it. Okay, I'll come here and paste it, and then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and highlight this and copy it as well. Come here to the second color path and paste it. That way I have this particular gradient for me. Then I'm going to add a column inside this container. All right, I know you already guessed it right, because we have things that are stacked from top to bottom. So let's quickly do it. So I'm going to go ahead and then just copy this part that says your progress in courses. The font weight and size, I'm taking note of it, 400 by 16. So I'll click on the column now and add a row inside it. And inside the row, I'm going to add a text widget. Okay, and I'm going to paste what I had copied in the text widget. I'm going to come over here and change this to 16. I think that's what I saw. And then I can go ahead and paste this. Now don't forget, I'll click on my column and say anything that is inside it, I want you to bring it to the center. All right, and okay, not that. Let's push it to the top like this. But for this row alone, I'm clicking on the row and say I want you to center align what is in this row. Beautiful. So now this is 400 by 16, correct? Now we're going to do that to this same thing too. So let's come here and just Control D to duplicate that particular row. And then I will come over here to computer science, this part, and just copy it. Okay, so I'm copying that. And then I will go ahead and paste it here in the second row. All right, so paste it. There you go. I think the font size here is smaller. So 400 by 12. Yes, this is it. So it's going to be 400 by 12. And then also we need to consider the padding between these two. So it's 9.56. Let's just say 10. And then this one is 11 from the top. You see, I'm holding down the Alt key on my keyboard just to get this right. So first of all, this is going to be, I'm going to click on the row that contains the computer science, and I'll say 9. And then I'm going to click on this one. Preferably, I'll click on the column and say 11. All right, so now that makes things even better. Now let's go ahead and then put all of these together. Let me zoom in so you can see. So here we have star, and then text, and then some sort of circle, text, circle, and this. So how do we quickly do this? We will do this by adding a row inside the column. So I'll click on this to add a row. Okay, so this is our row. Now inside the row, we're going to add a text. No, not a text, sorry. We're going to add an icon. Okay, things are being stacked from left to right, so that's why I'm putting it inside a row. Okay, so I'm adding an icon. The icon, I'm going to click here to change it to star. All right, so it's star now. So I'm going to choose this particular star. I'll come back here, click on the star to check out the dimension. It's 13 by 13. I'll copy the color of the star, come back to FlutterFlow, and paste it here on the icon color. Okay, and then I'll change this dimension to, let's say, 14. Beautiful. Now I'll click on the row, and then I will add a text. Don't forget, after the star is a text, which is going to be like the rating, I think. Yes. So there's a text here that says 4.5. So I will go ahead. Let's look at the dimension. So it says 700 by 10. Okay. So this is going to be 4.5. And here it's going to be 700 by 10, I think, right? Let's see, to 700 by 10. Yes. Then we have a circle, then we have a text. Let's go ahead and just copy this text first. So I have this. How do we put that circle? Let's click on the circle and just observe the dimension. So it's like 3 pixel as the radius. Oh, sorry. Yeah, radius, diameter. Yes. So I can come over here and say, let me change this to white. Okay. And inside this row now, I'm going to add a container. So I click to add a container inside here. Its dimension, I'll click this to say it's a circle, and then I'll say it's 3. And then now I need to go ahead and give it some padding. So I'm going to hold down the Alt key to see. So it's 5 on the left and 5 on the right. So I'll say 5 here. Then I'll click here and say 5 here as well. And then the next thing I need to do is click on the row, click on add a child to the row, add a text. Okay, text added. And then I will just say Ctrl V to paste it. Now, because I already copied it. So now this is 400 by 10. Okay, so I'll scroll down and say 400 by 10 here. All right, change the color to white. There you go. And then now we still have need for this circle again. So I'll click on it and Ctrl C to copy it. Click on the row, Ctrl V to paste it. Okay, that's just reusing stuff that we did. Then click on this text now. That's the text for by Sarah Adams. Then copy that, click on the row again and paste this. So like that, we have where to put all level. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and click on the text now and say all level. Okay, now we will click on the entire row and center align it by clicking this. Okay, so now it's at the center. We need to go ahead and see to make some padding in between them. So let's add maybe 6 here as a padding. Beautiful. Now the next thing we need to do to just make things go almost perfect is we need to put this bar. Okay, this is one of the most interesting things that we're going to do. So let's click on the column here, click on add a child to the column and search for something called progress bar. So progress, and you just put on here. So now it's going to show you this circle. Don't worry, we're going to just come here and say we need the progress bar shape to be linear. All right, so that's it. Now we're going to do some manipulation to get it right. Let me click on this green color and just no, let me tap on it again. Where's the green color? Okay, so click on here and see the second color. Now it's not showing me my green color. Okay, so I'm just gonna come over here and copy it. Okay, so I'm copying it from here, Ctrl C, and then now look at it. The width of this thing is this entire stuff is quite long. Let me turn the dev mode off so that I can, I don't know, I wanted to see the width here. So it's like 244, right? Okay, then the height is like 12. So let's come over here and say the width is 244 or 244, yes, and then the height is 12, which is correct. The primary color is this green, right? And then the text, okay, we don't have any text here, right? So we don't have any text, so we can actually go ahead and let me see, can we remove the text? Yes, we can. We just remove this text here, remove it. And then what else do we need to do? Now observe, this whole thing is not, this whole thing is inside a container. So this is a container 244 by 12, right? All right, but the indicator itself is 76 by 9. Okay, so let's come over here and right click on this indicator and wrap it in a let's wrap it in a row. Yes, let me see. Yes, and then let's wrap that row in a container. Perfect. Now that container is going to be 244, right? 244 by 9, no, by 12. Yes, and let's give that container a border radius. Let's give it a border radius. No, not that one, this one. Border radius is like 20. Okay, so it's already here, 20. So we can say border radius 20. There you go. And then the next thing we need to do quickly is we have to go ahead and let me see. Okay, now that's done. Let's click on the progress bar itself and reduce the thickness to 9. Okay, and what else do we need to do here? Okay, I think that's fine. What we now need to do again is let's give it some padding from the left. So we will say, let me see here. If you look at this, there's some sort of padding. If I select this, there's some sort of padding from the left. Well, I can't really tell the dimension there. So let's say 2 pixels from the left, or maybe preferably 4. Okay, so maybe here 4 as well. 4. Okay, then now we have to reduce this to 236 because we've, yeah, so let's say 236. That's just like basic math. We're removing 8 from 244. All right. So now then we have n radius here. So the n radius could just be like what makes it curved. So we have like 40. Let's say 40. Well, will that give us what we need? And voila, it does. So now we have this. You see, we have this, and we can go ahead and click on the main container itself and give it some padding from the top. So if I click on this, if I click on this, no, this one. Okay, this one here. Okay, so I can look at the padding. It says 4. I'll just leave it at 5. Okay, so 5. Okay, now that we have that, we can go ahead and then see what to do. Now I think this is 4 is not really so good. So let's use 2. Yes, let's use 2. Perfect. Now we have this. So you see we've created an indicator. Don't worry, all of this thing will come from the database, like dynamically. Now we need to put the maths and then the same thing and all of that. So let's go ahead and just do some copying and pasting. So let's click on this and copy this row, Control C, click on the column, Control V to paste that. And so here is going to be math 101. Let's turn on this and just copy the text. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this and paste it. There you go. And I'm gonna click on this and say Control C, click on this, click on the column and paste. So we have this again. And then now for this one, I will click on this, click on the main container that contains everything, Control C to copy it, click on the column, Control V to paste it. And then now I'll come over here and then copy the color code of these gradient. So I'm just gonna copy this one. Okay, let's see. I just copy this. Okay, there you go. And then I copied that. So I'll click on the progress bar here and say come to the progress color and paste it. Okay, so now we have this. Now there's something else we need to just quickly do. So this one and this one, they're different values. Okay, no problems. That's just something we will do later when we are doing backend. So the next one is going to be algorithm. Let's just come over here. No, not that one. Let's copy this, Control C, and click on the column, Control V to paste it. Then let's click on the level, Control C, and click on the column, Control V to paste it. And then what else? Then let's paste the progress bar. Let's click on this, click on the container that contains everything, and say Control C, and then click on the column and Control V. Now like that. So now what we have here, we've given a lot of spaces in between that is way too much. So it doesn't give us a lot of space here at the bottom, right? So what I would advise we could do is let's just alter it a little bit. Let's alter the entire container's height a bit. Let's make these 235, maybe 240 actually. Okay, just to make it a little bit. Yeah, now we have changed it. Okay, so then I need to go ahead and give it some padding from the top. Let me zoom this out. Okay, so well, yeah, maybe just something really small, maybe 7. Yes, so I'll just say 7. There you go. Okay, so we have done like some incredible work, like really incredible work. And so if you just want this to be slightly different, we can now say process value. We can say this one is 0.3. All right, so this one can be, click on this and say this one is 0.7. Yeah, just something like that, you see? Okay, because all of this will come dynamically from the database. Now the next thing we need to do quickly is this part where we need to like complete all of this. All right, so let's go ahead and just set it up immediately. Now let's see how we're going to do this. We're going to do this by let me see. Yeah, we're going to go ahead by just adding a row here and putting a line and then a text and then a line. Let's see. Let's come over here, click on the column. All right, and then we will say let's add a row. Okay, In the row, we're going to add a text. No, not a text. We're putting a container. All right. The container is going to save like a line for us. So let me click on this. It's like the width is 20 pixel. Let me just copy the font, the color of the container. So I'm going to say width is 20 pixel. The height is going to be 1. Okay. And then the color is going to be X. All right. So then I'm going to click on the row itself and click this to add a text. All right. So I'm adding a text. And then in the text, what I'm going to put is this recommendation. Okay. And then I have to put this other one too. Let's see. Spacing in between is 7. Okay. So let's paste this. Ctrl V to paste it. The padding on the left is 7. I think also should be 7 on the right. Okay. So then we can also, check the dimension of this. It's 400 by 14. Perfect. Then we can come over here to the rectangle, like the line that we did here, the container. I'm trying to see how I can select it, but it keeps running away. So I'm going to click on this here from the widget tree, Ctrl C to copy it, and then click on the row and paste it. So it's inside the row. Okay. Then I will now go ahead and then center align the row, and then go ahead and give it some padding from the top, 16. So from here like this, 16. Okay, so like this now, we have been able to make some reasonable progress with regards to building the dashboard for our online learning application. I didn't want to make the tutorial like seriously long, so we're going to split it into 2. All right, so this is going to be the part 1 for the dashboard, and we're going to make another part that's going to be part 2 for the dashboard, and we finish it. All right, I don't want it to be so long. Okay, so we're going to get to see in the next part of this course. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to the part 3 of our course, and in this particular series we're going to just continue from where we stopped, and we have been working on the dashboard for our online learning mobile application. So we stopped at this point, and this is where we continue. Okay, so this is how the dashboard looks like, and we're just going to continue building from here. We stopped at this point. Let's continue building. Now for this part, okay, what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to go ahead and bring in a container. You see, if you look at it very well, you see that there's a gray background, right? There's a gray background, and that's like the biggest container there. So so we're going to just go ahead and bring in a container. Then after that, we're going to put a row inside the container because things are being stacked from left to right. And then for this particular part, we're going to put in a column. Okay. All right. So let's do that. Now here we click on the container itself and look at the dimension. Don't forget, we just check out the height, and then we check out the padding on the left and right. But well, the way this design is being made, it's not uniform, and we want to make it uniform in our design. So we'll use 21. Okay. So the height here is 106. The things I'm going to copy is going to include, well, I'm going to copy this gray. Let me see. All right. So there is a gray background here. Let me see what that is. So there's a gray color here. So if I click on this, there's a gray color, and this one, let me see, this is like 46. Okay, so if it's not, we're going to just change it a bit, but let me copy this. Yes, and then it's 106, which is the height of the container. So I'm going to click on here, the column, the main column. Let me hide this. The main column. I'll click on add a child to the main column, which is this icon here, and I'll say container. So my container is going to have a maximum width, so I click on the infinite symbol here, and then I will say the height of my container is 106. The padding on the left is going to be 21, right? And then the padding on the right will be 21 as well. Okay, now that we've gotten that right, let's try to paste the fill color that I copied. Now this makes it way too deep. This is not the fill color, right? That's not the fill color. This one of these other ones is going to be the fill color, maybe this one. So let's copy that and paste this here and just see how it looks like. Okay, so I think this is the fill color. It's not really giving me the vibe. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, my background doesn't really have a color, so I can't really see it. So let me zoom it in a bit so you can see. I can't really see how it looks like. If I click out now, it's not really obvious. Now I need to wrap the entire column, this big column, I need to wrap it with a container so that the entire background will be white. So I'm going to come here to this column and right click on it and say wrap widget, okay, and that's going to be a container. Okay, now let me scroll up so you can see this how it appears, and I'm just going to say I need it to have an infinite width and an infinite height. Okay, so that way now I can now see this container. You see, now this is now correct. If I go ahead and look at this UI design again, I'll see that it has a border radius of 20 radius pixel or 20 pixels. So I will go ahead and say, let's scroll down here, select the container and then give it a border radius of 20. Okay, now that we've done that, the next thing that we're going to do is what? We're going to go ahead and add a row like I described. We add a row, and then the next thing we're going to add is this particular image. Okay, so the image is 75 by 75. Let's come here to this side and export the image. So I'll use 2x. Let's click to preview and be sure that that's what we're exporting. Click to export, and then here is 75 by 75. So now that we have a row, we need to just go ahead and add an image widget. Okay, this is the image widget, and the image widget is going to be 75 pixel as the width and 75 pixel as the height. Beautiful. And then it doesn't have any border radius, so I remove the border radius. Okay, I will scroll down and change from image type network to asset, and then I will go ahead and click on this to upload the image. Okay, so this is where I get to upload the image. Okay, so the thing that I had downloaded, I cannot find it here, so that means it's actually going to be like a zip file. Okay, so really something has happened that, okay, let's go ahead and see. I downloaded. Okay, it's downloading as a zip file, so this is it. Let's come back here and let's click here to upload, and we're going to say all files. Okay, and then we will see this is a zip file. So I'll click this, Ctrl X to cut it out, and then where did we put that the other time? We put it here. Okay, so let's just go ahead and paste this here. It says replace. Yes, just replace it. We have already used the other one. And then here I'll just right click and say extract all, and then I will uncheck this. I don't want it to show extracted files when complete. So now I will just refresh just to see what happened. I think everything will be inside here. I think the first one was days. Let's see, this should be what we're looking for. Let me go ahead and upload this. Okay, let's see now exactly. Okay, so now we are going to go ahead and give it a padding of 15 pixels to the left. Okay, so we'll go ahead and give it 15 pixel. So we'll say here 15 pixel, and then just like I described it before, we're going to put a column here, and then we'll now start the setup. All right, so I'm going to add a column here, and the column is because we have these particular setup all here, right? We have this text, then we have this one, we have this, that, and all of that. So we need to go ahead and then just do the entire setup quickly. So here I'll just click on this. Let me see, can I copy it? Okay, it's not allowing me to copy it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy what I have here, just copy it here. And now these two text here, like the text that we have here, they have a combination of fonts, right? So one is 700 by 12, one is 400 by 10. Which one do you think is 400 by 10? It has to be the smaller one, while this one that is 700 by 12 is this other one. Okay, so I will go ahead and then do that here. I'll add a text, right? Okay, then I'll add I'll come over here and paste what I copied, and this is going to be 700 by 12. Okay, 700 by 12, and I'll click on it and say Ctrl D to duplicate it, and since it's in the column, it will stack under it. And so this one is going to be for this part, so I'm going to copy all of this. Yes, Ctrl C, and the font is 400 by 10. All right, so I will just go ahead and click on this and say let's come over here. We'll say 400 by 10. We paste it first, then we now come here and change it to 400 by 10. Beautiful. Okay, so I'll now go ahead and click on the column and say alignment to this side, the left hand side. All right, and then I can go ahead and look at the color for each of my text, like the text widgets here. So here is more like a gray, so I'll go ahead and then find a way to get gray. I think I can just get a gray from the available colors inside FlutterFlow. So I'll click here and say this one. Okay, so this gives me the gray that I need. All right, and then what I could also do now is, let me see, let's go ahead and do some basic adjustment. So now this column is a little bit far away from here with a padding of 20 pixels, and then from the top it's 15. So what I will do is I will give it 20 on the left, okay, and then I will click on the row and give this row, no, let's give that 15 to the column. Let's say 15 to the column, top like this. All right, and then we will go ahead and complete the remaining part. So let's see what to do from here. I'll click on this, Control C, click on the column, Control V to paste it, and what I'm pasting there is this one, the price. I'm gonna just copy it, and I think it has some spacing in between, so 6 pixel. So I'll click on this, give it a padding on the top 6, then also change the content to what I had copied, and then I'll click on this one and say Control 6, Control C, and then I'll paste this one as well. Oh no, I'm not gonna paste that here. I will go copy something else entirely. So I'll just click on this and delete it. Now you see we had something like that around here, so we'll just copy it. Okay, so Control C to copy that from here, and then click on the column and paste it. Okay, so like this, now we have the same thing, but the only thing is that the colors are different, so we need this to be pure black, and then this one will just be gray. So let me copy the color. All right, and then I'll say click on this, is gonna be black. So I'll come over here, change the color. No, yes, change the color to black, primary text, and then click here, change the color to gray, paste. Then I think the same thing with these. The icon here is also going to be gray. I will click to say fill color goes to with these, and then I will click on these, change the fill color to these, yes, and then I'll click on these and change the text color to what I had copied. Now that way we have been able to arrange this properly. Okay, so let's look at what we have been able to achieve. Now let me see. Let's click on this and see whether it's well positioned. I think this is let me go ahead and say center align, and I will remove the padding on the top here. Really, I'll just remove it because I want it to be organic. Now we have like a perfect arrangement. Okay, so let's check one more thing. All right, so this is perfect, this is perfect, everything just looks good. Okay, so we are done with that particular scenario. What we would like to do next is just duplicate what we have done here for the different scenarios here. Okay, so let's maybe we will later on create these scenarios here for these items. Yeah, so let me just go ahead and duplicate this. But I think from what I'm seeing here right now, this is going to come from this might not really come from database, but this comes from database. All of these things come from database, so we can maintain the designs here, right? Yeah, we can maintain the designs here, or later on we can even have our own specific design. So there's no problem, we can just duplicate the entire thing that we have here. So click on this, click on the main container and say Control D. That's to duplicate it. All right, and then I'll just go ahead and close this, click on this, and I need to give it some padding from the top. You see here it's 12, so I'll say 12 here on the top. Okay, so I'll click here to give it a padding of 12 on the top. Yes, that's it. And then the next thing I'm going to do is just say Control D to duplicate it again, and that's about it. Later on we will actually get all of these things from the database, so no need to worry at all. I want to go ahead and then give a padding for this one, so I had to check, so it's 12, so I give a padding here 12. Okay, now we have gone significantly far with what we have been trying to do. All right, so what else do we need to do? We need to go ahead and put these navigation icons. But the thing about navigation icons is that for you to add this particular part, you have to have the page. Okay, so for instance, if I come over here, let me show you. Let me reduce this. I'm supposed to use these this particular what is it called? This particular nav bar here, and say maybe turn it on and say show it in this page. But it will tell you nav bar requires at least 2 pages. So we don't have other pages, and so we can't even use that particular type of nav bar. But now, lucky you, we have another way around it. So I will go ahead and click on this icon. I'll download all the icons that we have here. And I will say, let's go. Let's just go ahead and click to export it. And then I'm exporting this. I hope it's coming as an image. Oh man, it's not coming as an image. It's actually just coming as like a zip file. I would have preferred it if it was just like an image. It would have made things way easier. So we have this. Let's just export everything that we have here. So let's go ahead and export this as well. Search. Okay. Then let's export this. Let's export this. Click on this. Export it. Yes. And then here, just export it as well. You can actually increase the resolutions here. Okay, the exports resolutions. So I'll click here to export it. Now we've exported a couple of them, and we need to go ahead and then like manage them. So let's go to our file and then get them out. Let's turn this off first because we're not using this approach to do it. We're going to use a different approach entirely, and that approach is going to be a bit interesting, like way more interesting, because we can now use customized icons. Okay, so how do we do that? Now we have a column here which is for everything, and we can close it, right? So we want a situation whereby that particular the nav bar here will just stick to the bottom. And so how you do that is you are going to right click on this column, the main column, wrap the widget with a stack. Okay, wrap the widget with a stack because we want to put something else there. So now in this stack we're going to add a container. All right, so there's going to be a container. Well, we can actually do without a container. Yes, we can actually do without a container, but I would prefer we put it in a container. And then now we have we're going to put a column here because we're going to have this icon, then the text like that. The same thing with these and the text like that. But in this situation, just use one column here, then the rest would just be regular shapes. Okay, so let's get it right. Now this is where the container is. We want to give it a maximum width. That's it. And let me see. It looks like this is going to be roughly about 70 pixels as the height. So I will go ahead and come here and say 70 pixels as the height. And I will go ahead and click here and say add a row, like I'm adding a row in that container. Now in that row, I'm going to add a column, and in the column, I'm going to add an image, and I'm going to click on the column to add a text. Okay, so the reason is because there's going to be an image here for this particular icon, and then we're going to have the home text here. So now that I have a text, I'm going to go ahead and write here home. Okay, home, and it's going to have to be black. So I'll click here and say black so that we can actually see it. Now we haven't still been able to see what is happening there. Let's click on our container. All right, this is our text, the column, row, column, yes, image. Okay, and then I get it. Okay, so what we're going to do, the reason is because the image was way too big, so we need this image to be 32 pixel by 32 pixel. So we're going to come over here and say 32 pixels, and then come here and say 32 pixels. Okay, that way we can now see our text. Okay, let's remove the border radius. Okay, and we will go ahead and then change this from network to assets so that we can actually bring our image into FlutterFlow. Click on this, and then we will go back inside. We're going to go back inside our downloads, and then I will have the files here. Okay, so I'll click on here to say all files. Okay, now I have everything. So I'm going to just cut everything out. Let's just say, oh, it's not allowing me. It wants me to pick one thing per time. So I'm going to just cut this out and take it to where I have my files. So I'll just paste this here. It's saying replace. Let's just do it one by one. Okay, right click and extract the file in that same location. All right, extract. Now file has been extracted. We click this to open. Maybe to be in base. Okay, yes, it's inside here. So how simple. All right, so now we have that. Let me see what the size of the text is. The size of the text is 400 by 10 pixels. So we'll click on the home here and say 10. Let's change the size to 10. All right, and now we have these container on top, but this is not where we want it to be, right? We want it to be at the bottom. Yes. Okay, so we are going to have to go ahead and click here to actually take it to the bottom. Alignment, we just clicked here, and then now we're telling it anytime that you are in it on any device, it has to always be sticking to the bottom. All right, and that's why we have it here now. And then the next thing that we need to do quickly is we will go ahead and then bring in this other part of the icons. Then we'll just center line everything. Okay, so with these now, I will come back here, click on my row, then click on add a child to the row and say image. All right, the image is going to be dimension 22 pixels. This one is 22 again, and I think this one is also 22. So all of them, they are 22. So I will change these from 300 to 22. Then I'll change all of these to 22 as well, and then I'll change these to just delete it. All right, then I'll change from network to asset, and I'll click here to upload the image. Okay, let's go back to my downloads. Then I will go ahead and change this from to all files so I can see even the zip files. Click here, cut it out, take it to here and paste it. It asks me to replace the file. Okay, it didn't ask me this time. Maybe it's quite different. So I'll go ahead and right click on it and extract all here and extract. That works. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I can just do for all of them at once now. Okay, so I now need to come here, Control X, come over here, Control V, extract, right click and then extract all, and there you go. Okay, now we have that again. So the next thing we need to do is go back to the last one, click on this, Control X to cut it out from there, and come here, Control V, and it's pasted. Right click and extract all, then extract. There you go. So now we need to go ahead and find the other thing. So I don't know where it could be. I think it would be maybe here, right? Base, icons, search. Yes, it's search. So now we need to go ahead and give it some padding. Let's click on this and look at the distance apart, 57.5. So we can do the same thing here. So padding on the left is going to be 57.5. Okay, great. Then we need to go ahead and do something else. Let's duplicate this, Control D to duplicate that. Let's duplicate it again, Control D. Then let's click on the row and use this center line. We want to center align it. Okay, so this is how it is. So I'll click on this image now, and I need to go and get the real value. Okay, so let me go back one mode up, a couple of modes up. Then click on this, base, icons, place circle. I think this is it. Okay, then after that we'll also change it for this one. That's it. We click on this, upload the file, take it back one step, another step, then open this, open the base and user. Okay, so now we have this arrangement for our design. I will go ahead and click on this and it looks like it's perfect, right? So let's look at this. Look at it. It looks like it's perfect, but I don't really have the proper padding for this thing, right? So I think what I'll do is if I click on this, I'll see the top here is 9 pixels. Yes, so 9 pixels. So what I'll do is I'll click on the row and say everybody should go up, right? Like that. Then I can click on this and say maybe 9 pixels. I think it might just give me something, a better look. Yes. So I click on this and say 9 pixels from the top, 9 pixels. Yes. And then the same thing here, I say 9 pixels. So now it looks a little bit more like what we have. Okay. Now we can go ahead and then work on other screens. So far, if I go ahead and reduce all of this, you see that we did an incredible job and we can actually go ahead and preview it. But I think we have one error. Navbar requires at least 2 pages. So let's click here and we've actually turned that off. Let's click on this and go and actually turn it off for real. So turn it off. We're not using this particular type of navbar. Okay, this app bar. Let's turn this off. Okay, so that's it. We don't have that error. So now if we go ahead and then preview the application itself, we will see that we have done something really significant. Okay, so let's just wait for a couple of seconds until we see what has been done. Just a couple of seconds and then we'll check that out. But so far so good. We have done like some significant work, and in the future side of our course we're going to work on the next screen. We're going to work on is going to be the profile. We're going to work on the profile, then from there we'll work on the search. We'll just keep working like that until we're done. We're going to focus on all the UIs first before we now begin to do backend, okay, which is where it gets even more interesting. So this was the first preview, and then this is the second preview. All right, so I actually like the UI for this application. It's like really neat and beautiful. So this is it, really sweet. And I can actually go ahead and then maybe adjust, see, look at how it fits perfectly into this. Okay, beautiful design. All right guys, so we'll continue our tutorial in the next course. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course. This is part 4. All right, and in this part we're going to work on the auto profile. Right, we're going to just work on the auto profile and see how fast we can do that. Okay, let's do it. All right, so the way this one works is that we need to go ahead and just create a row here. Like we're going to create a row here and then set up all of these icons. Okay, so let's go to FlutterFlow. Now we're going to click here to add a new page, and then we're going to click on create blank. We're going to say auto profile. All right, so auto profile, create page. And then the next thing we need to do quickly is we're going to add a row inside this column. Okay, so and then inside that row we're going to look for an icon. So let's search for an icon. I think we should be able to see that particular icon. Let's call it right, no, left. So left, it's a circle. I think this is it, right? So yeah, I think we can use this instead of bringing in, yeah, looks like it, right? So looks like it. So then we have here auto, right? So let's just go ahead and then highlight this. This is auto. It's a 400 by 14 pixels. Okay, and then this icon itself, it's more like 25 pixels. No, so more like 25 pixels from the left. So we're going to go ahead and turn that into black, like real black. Okay, and let's look at the size. The size is 32 pixel by 32. So let's change this to 32. Okay, and then we'll click on this row, click on add a child to the row. So that's a text, and here we're saying about. Well, I had already copied it, and let's click on this and give it 15 pixels on the left. And for the text, let's see, this is also going to be 20 pixels from the left. Okay, so let's say 20 pixels from the left. Now we need to go ahead and cut this out, cut the text out. I just cut it out. That's Ctrl X. Click on the icon here. We want to wrap it in a widget called row. The reason is because we now need to now paste what we had cut out before. Now this is going to allow us to be able to do what we're about doing next. Okay, so I will show you something. So we want to put this cart here, and I think we can do that with FlutterFlow. So let's just paste. I think we can find the icon inside FlutterFlow. Let's look for cart. And so I'm searching for cart. Let's see, it looks like it's empty, right? So let's use this one. All right, so I think this works. Okay, it might not be the same thing. So now I'll go ahead and click on this and space them like this. If at all I did not put this inside a row that is inside this other bigger row and then say space them apart, it wouldn't have worked like this. They would have been scattered. The about would have been in the center. All right, so I'll click on these and give it 15. Okay, and then I will check out the size of this. This is 25 pixel by 25. So let's change this to 25. Right, then I'll click on this and all right, I think that's okay. So now the next thing that we need to quickly do is this scenario and then all of this. So we already have something like this, right? We already have something like this. So let's see how we can bring it into this place. So we have it on the dashboard, right? Yes, we have it on the dashboard. So but I think it's just rearranged. So let's copy the whole of this row. Okay, so I'll say Ctrl C to copy it, and then we go to auto profile. Let's see how we're going to create this. This is going to be a row, then there's a column here. So let's go ahead and click the column itself, the main column, and add a row. Inside the row, we're going to go ahead and add the main thing that we copied. So click on it and paste. So now we have this. And there's some sort of padding from the left. It's like 17. So we can click on this, locate the it's gonna be more like let me see, the stack, right? So yeah, the stack, and then we can say 17. Push it a bit. Beautiful. Now this particular part is what we're going to just rearrange. So this is Sarah W, and then the text here. So we can just actually just copy it, copy this, and let's click on this column. There's a column here, right? And then it has a text. This is a text. Let's just paste this. This is going to now be this one. And there's a row here, so we're going to reposition them. So I'll click this and drag it down, wait until it turns purple, and then that's it. So I have Sarah, so I think I could just copy it. I just want to have the same thing. So let's click on this and say Sarah. All right, perfect. It's also 400 by 18, so I think oh, this is 700. So let's say 400 by 18. Okay, and then this one is 400 by 15. Okay, so 400 by 15 by 15. Okay, all right, so now we have this. The next thing that we need to do quickly is we need to add this particular information. All right, this one and this one. So this is something we need to like download, like export. So I'll come over here and click on export. I will just use it like that. Okay, this is an image. It's 16 by 22. So I'll come over here and in the column here, there's a column here. I'm going to add an image, and then that image is going to be 16 by 22, right? Let me confirm. So 16 by 22, right? Then now that I have that, let's remove this border radius. Let's change it from network to assets, and let's upload this. We're going to go ahead and go to downloads and upload the image the way it has come. Okay, so this is it, and then we click to open it. I'll come back here and I'm going to add this text, which is top rated. So I'm going to copy this and I will add it here. Okay, now that this text is here in a column, we need to wrap the text, the image. Wrap the image in a row so that we can add something just beside it. So now we can add a text widget in that row, and let's change the content of the text to top rated. It has some padding, which is like 7, and the size of this text is 300 by 13. All right, then let's copy the colors. It has a color here. Let's just look for the color here. So let's just pick the two colors. Okay, I had already copied something, right? So what did I copy? So let's first of all put the padding as 7, and what I'm gonna do next is, let me copy this, Control C, come here to where we have the gradient, turn it on, and I will say primary, paste this color, okay, and then I will come over here and copy the second color, Control C, then I will go ahead and paste it here. There you go. So we have this now. Now let's go ahead and look at what is above here. This is 6.5. Okay, there's no real serious space above it. So now we have this and it's pretty okay. So let's go ahead and look at the entire row and see the padding. So I will give I will find the height of the row from the height of this. So I will just say maybe 5. So I'll say 5 here above. That's pretty okay. Then now we need to go ahead and do all of this one. So let's click on this. This is going to be it's going to be a zip file, unfortunately. So let's click on this. Okay, these two things are not the same actually. So let's see. We can actually make it easier for us. Let's export this. Is exported as an image. Beautiful. So I'm going to also export this one as an image. Okay, so let's export it. Let's export it. So it's also exported as an image. So now we have this container. It's 35 by 35, border radius 10. So I will click here, add a row. Okay, I'm going to add a row, and in the row I'm going to add a container, and then it's going to be 35 by 35. So I'm going to say here 35 by 35 and 10 as the border radius. Okay, and then the next thing I'm going to do is, it has a gradient as well. Okay, so we need to copy the gradient. So I'm going to copy this, Control C. Okay, and I'll scroll down. I'll see where I can add a gradient. Turn on the gradient and paste this. There you go. And come back here and copy the second color for the gradient. So gradients always have two colors. Well, I think there's a possibility of having more than two colors. Okay, so now that we have that, let's put a column inside the container, because we need to put an image now inside it. That image is what we have here. So this image is 30 pixel by 30 pixel. So we will say 30, okay, by 30. There you go. And then we take this off, change from network to asset, and then we will upload the image. So here simply we'll select the first image, which is going to be for our first button. Then we will center align it, and let me copy this one at once. Here is going to be a column. All right, so a column for these two things. So I'm going to click on the column here and say center align, and then I'll click on the row here and add a column, and in the column I'm going to add a text. Okay, the text is going to be what I had copied. I try to work ahead of myself. Okay, so here the font size is 400 by 10. Let's also copy this one. Okay, not before then, 400 by 10. So this is going to be 400 by 10, and we'll click this and say Control D to duplicate it. And then this one is 400 by 14. So I'll just copy this, and now we have this one here. I will paste what I had copied. And I say 400 by 14. Perfect. So click on column, click on alignment to push it to this point. Perfect. So it has a padding of 3 pixels apart. Okay, so I'll just put 3 here. That's it. Now the next thing we need to do is look at the padding beside it. So it's 11 pixels on the left side. So, and then we're giving that to the column. Now we need to give same thing to this container. All right, like we need to give a padding on the left. So I click here, hover, I see 21 pixels on the left. So I'm going to say 21 pixels. There you go. And I'm going to copy this, Control C, right? I'm going to come to the row and Control V to paste it. All right. Then I will go ahead and change this particular image that is inside that container. All right, to the second one here. And then we have that. Then look at this. We also have the same thing, curses and then 55. Then we have this huge line here. Let me click and copy the color of the line. The line's height is 35 pixels. So now we need to go ahead and then come here. Okay, no, I have to copy this first and paste this here. And here it says courses. And then here it says 55. Right? So this says 55. All right. So then we have like some space here. It's like 25. Let's click on this, click on the container and give it a 25. Then we need to now put a line here. So let's click on the row, click on add a child to the row, container. The width is 1, right? And then the height is 25. Okay. Then we can come here and let's click on it. Okay, so we can come here and copy the color code and we can paste it on that container. Okay, sweet. Then we need to go ahead and give it some padding, 17. So the 17 here. And then the next thing is to just go ahead and add this up. All right, so with these, I will just go ahead and copy this column here, Control C, click on the row, Control V to paste it. And now this one, I will just go ahead and wrap it in a row. So wrap the widget in a row because it has some stars. You know, see here, we have some stars here. So I don't know the color of these stars anyways. So, but I will try to just pick a random. Let's just pick one color, this one. We might not be able to make it a gradient. Okay. So this is just going to be static for now. So let's go ahead and then let's see. What do we do? We're going to add an icon. We're going to add an icon. The icon is going to be the star. And we're adding that. Let's say icon. That's the star. And I like to use this one. And I'm pasting this color. And I'm going to rearrange the text. Something like this. Okay. And then let me try to figure out the size of the icon. So it's more like the height is like 9 and maybe 10. So I can just assume that this is 10. That would be really small. So I'll go with 16. Yeah, go with 16. And I'll say Control D, Control D, Control D, like that. So for now, we're just making this dynamic, okay? And then we can say here is going to be 4.58. So let's click on here and turn it to 4.58. And now we can go ahead and click on this row and give it the padding from the top. So if I click this and hover, I'll see that it's 27.81 pixels apart. So I'll just say 28. So I'll give it here 28. And that's it. We have a reasonable workflow now. The next thing that we need to do, which is going to be the concluding aspect of this particular part, is this. So I need to go ahead and add this huge container. It's actually very long. So I will say this is a container. The width is not a problem, but let's try to figure out the height. The height is 711, but we will actually have to make it infinite. But let's see, click on the column, add a container. The container's width is infinite. The height is going to be, for now, let's just say 800. Okay. And then it has a border radius of 30 pixels around it. So we will come over here and say 30 pixels. And then the next thing we need to do quickly is let's get the color of the background. That's the container. So I just copied it and now I'm going to paste it here. Beautiful. So now that I've done that, I need to go ahead and add these things that are inside here. So here is, we're going to first of all put a column before we now put these things inside. So I'll go ahead and add a column inside this container. So there's a column. Inside the column is going to be a row. Inside the row is going to be my first text. All right, and the text is what I had copied before. So I'm just going to come here and then paste it. There you go. So here, the padding on the top is 11. Padding on the left is 32. So I will come over here and give the column a padding of 11. Okay, 11 from the top. Then here I give it 32. Nice. Then now the next thing I need to do is just to create one card like this and duplicate it. So I'll click on this. The card size is 325 by 106, but don't worry about the width. Like I say, just take 26 as the padding on the left and the right, and then the height is 106. So let's go ahead and do that. I click on the column, all right, then click on add a child to the column. Let's go. Then the height is 106. Hold on, I think we had already done something similar. That description and that and that. Okay, yes, we have already done something similar. So there's no need to create this all over again. So we have to reuse things that we have already done. So let's come to the dashboard, and then here we have done something similar. Let's just click on this. Let's click on the column, open it, and then I need to pick the container. No, this is what I want to pick. So the entire container is what I'm picking. So Control C to copy all of that. Go to the author profile. All right, click on the column and paste it. All right, so now I have this. The only thing that is different is what we have here. Okay, so let's see. This is the card. All right, so I just need to go ahead and come to export and export the image. Perfect. Okay, it's even giving me as that. So let's say let's come over here and then get our image. So let's click here and then go to download, say all files, because the file is in a zip file. So Ctrl X to cut it, and then come here and just paste like we did before. Replace it. All right, and then we will say, okay, now I don't know which one it is. Okay, this is gonna be the one, right? 8:50 p.m. Okay, great. So I can go ahead and right click on this and extract all. Extract. Okay, so I think it's going to be inside here. Base, icons, user. Is it a user? I don't think it's a user. Oh no, that's a wrong thing. So let's go back and go back and go back. So this is where we might actually have an issue, right? So online learning app. So these are the different files. So how will I see the last time it was updated? Base card, and this is gonna be an issue for me. Card image, I can't really tell which it is. Okay, so let's do like this. Let's do large icons. Ah, beautiful. See, we found it. So like that, we are good. And well, you can decide to change all of this, but it's not really necessary. This is just text and they will come from the backend. So now we have this, right? Let's look at it. So this is actually white, okay? And so let's just turn this into white. The background, no, where is it? The container that has everything, we have to give it all. The field color is actually white. Okay, nice. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and then duplicate all of this. So let's say Control D. Okay, and let's go, and let's go, and let's go, and let's go. When we're doing backend, we'll delete all of it because we'll be getting things from the backend. Let's go ahead and click on the main container, and let's get some padding for it. So click here, Hoover, it says 32. I'm just using the approximate value, so we can say here 32. Okay, so with this now we have done something remarkable and amazing. Yes, of course. So far we've done something great, and I would like us to go ahead and end the session for this particular one. So we'll continue in the next part of this course. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course. This is part 5, right? And in this part we're going to work on the profile session of our course, right? So we're going to be working on the profile of the profile page for our application, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Now how do we start? Just the same way we've been starting. So first of all, we're going to have to start with this image. All right, it's an ellipse. It's not really like a cycle, right? Yeah, it's an ellipse. We have it like it has like 2, 4, 2 by 2, 2, 6. This like, but I would prefer we just see this as a cycle image. Okay, so let's go ahead and come to let me see. Yes, let's go to here and add a new page. So we're adding a new page, blank, and we call it profile. Okay, profile. Let's just make it even more descriptive. User profile. So all right, so here we're going to go ahead and click on the main column and add a row. In the row we're going to add a cycle image. So it's a cycle image, and let's use 242 as the diameter. All right, so let's say 242. Okay, then click on this and say center line. Beautiful. Then click on the circle image and wrap it with a stack. Okay, the reason is because we're going to have to put this particular container in it. So this is a circle which is dimension 46 by 46. So we're going to now add a cycle container, and then say cycle, and diameter is 46. And inside that container we're going to add a column. Inside the column we're going to add an icon, and so we're adding an icon here. The icon is going to be an edit icon. So we click on here and say icon. Sorry, not that. We say edit. So edit is going to be any of this. So I think we're going to use this. It's similar to what we saw before. Then the dimension is going to be dimension of the icon. It's like I don't know. Let's say 35. No, 32. Okay. Let's click on the column and center align it. Perfect. Now let's click on the container itself. And let's look at the distance from the left. So here it says 191, and from the top it says 16. So here we'll say 16 for the top, and then for the left we'll say 191, like that. Okay, so now we have this and we're perfectly okay with it. Okay, so let's see, do we have a space of 20 pixels from the top? So let's give it to this row. So let's say 20 pixel. Berta. Now for this image, let's click on it, click to export, click to preview, and that's it. So we can export it, and we can go ahead and click here. Well, this image will come from database, but we can go ahead and just add everything up. I'm going to click here to upload the image from the system. Go to my downloads folder, and then I'll find the image. This is the image, and I bring it into my cycle image. Okay, so now we have it. Perfect. Now what we're going to do next is this part. So this is just going to be the text. It said Mahmoud Said. This is 400 by 24. So let's click on the column. Click on add a child to the column, and the child is going to be a row. We're going to add a text, and we're going to paste what we had copied, 400 by 24. There you go, and click on here and center align it. Perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and then click to add an image in that row, the image is going to be this guy, which is 25 by 25. So we're going to say 25 by 25, remove the border radius, come here and say assets. We already have some sort of design like that, so let's just click here to look for something like, I think this is it, and that's it. We have this, and it's 7 pixels on the left just for little spacing, 7, and that's it there. So here can just be 6 pixels from the top, so we say 6 here, add it to the row itself. Perfect. Now the next thing I'm going to quickly do is, I have my mood here, and what I will do is I'll click on this and say Ctrl D to duplicate it, and I will copy this. It's 400 by 14. I will click here, delete this one first, okay, and then click on this and paste what I have. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, no, it's a Gmail, 400 by 14, and I think this is going to be this this secondary text. Okay, so we have that. Now we are done with that. The next thing we need to do quickly is, well, I see something here. I think maybe towards the end we can do that. Well, maybe not, but I see something here, right? So there's a container here, although it's not really obvious. Let's go ahead and just do it this way. So there's a settings, account settings here, then we have all of this. So if we just create one, we can just duplicate, then we can copy and paste this and duplicate, and that's it, we're done. So let's go ahead and just copy this text. All right, so it says the account settings is 400 by 10, okay, and it's more like 38 from the top. So let's come here and say, let's add a row. Let's add I would prefer we add a column, okay, in case we want to wrap it in a row later, in a container later. So we add this, we add a row. Inside the row we're going to add a text, and the text is going to be what I had copied. So it's 14 by 10, okay, and then it has a gray color. So let's click here and give it a secondary text, and we need to give it some padding, 25 pixels. So let's give it to the column that all of this is inside, so 25 pixels, so 25, right? Great. So then from the top we need some spacing here. It says 38, so let's give it still to the column 38. 38. All right, then inside the column, let's click on this first, and let's just okay, let's duplicate this. All right, so we duplicate this row and the text as well. Let's copy this. This is going to be 400 by 14. Okay, account security 400 by 14. All right, and then this is gonna be black, so we click there to change it to black, and we're going to put an icon here, an icon, search for an icon, and we have an icon. Click on here and say right. So with that, I should find something that will be that way. So I think this is it. Okay, so oh, it's not that one. It's not that one. There's another one. It should be like right. It's like a circle with a triangle, a right angle inside it. So we don't have it. We don't have that specific one. So well, I don't want to go and download the image and put it, so I'll just use it like that. So it's still okay actually. Okay, so we will use what we have here. So I'll click on this and give it this particular kind of padding, like the alignment. All right, then I need to go ahead and give some spacing here. This is 23 from the edge, so I need to give it to the column. Yes, so here I say actually I want to give it 25 just to make it the same. So click on the row and I have to give it some padding. This is 15 pixels from the top, so I click here and give 15, and then now I need to do the same thing to all of them. Let's look at this. Okay, so let's say this is 19. Okay, no, well, I think I just have to keep using this one, so 26. it will be so far apart. Let's use this one. So 12. Okay, so here I'll just say Control D, click Control D, and this is 15. I'll just say 12. All right, then here I have email notifications, so I copy it and click on this and I paste it. Okay, click on this, Control D, and then here is reminders, copy it, come over here, click on this and paste it, Control V, click on this, Control D. No, what we need to copy now is this one, Control C, and click on the column, Control V, and this is going to be support. It's 33, no 26. So 26 from the top, 26 like this. Then click on this, Control C, and click on the column and Control V. All right, then we have to change this one. This is going to be about C9. All right, so we will change this here, Control V, click on this, Control C, and then click on this as well. Let me just copy this. Okay, great, Control V. Then click on this and say Control D again to duplicate, and then this is where we are almost done. So click on this as well and click here and paste it. So now we have these arrangements. So this was we need to change this one to support. Let's come back here, click on this and change it to support. Okay, so we have this arrangement and it looks good. Now we need to go ahead and just add this other part. So this is a profile icon. Well, we can just find another one. Anyways, let's just try to make it the same thing. So click on this and preview and export. It's coming in as a zip file, very annoying. And then this one, let's go ahead and just export it. Click on this and export it. That's another zip file, right? Okay, so let's see how we can get this thing working. Let's go ahead and come to dashboard. This was where we had the navigation here, so I'll just copy it, Control C, go to my no, not that, user profile, click on the main column, close it by tapping it again and wrap it with a stack widget. Okay, remember that's how we did it. Then now paste it. Now we paste it, we have this navigation, but what we need now is we need to be able to let's say just copy this one. Let me open it, the stack. Okay, so we want to copy the column here. All right, Control C and click on the row itself and paste it, Control V, perfect. And forgotten the spacing in between, so 57.5. So let's say here 57.5. Okay, so here is going to be account. Okay, so I'm going to change this to account. All right, then here is going to be a different image. Let's go get the image. So click on here and go to downloads, change all of these to all files, and then now we're going to have these files. I'm going to cut this out and online learning, Control V, replace. Okay, this is 926, right? Okay, so right click on this and say extract all, and let's go. Okay, now the thing is I do not know where it has gone to, but let's try here. Don't forget we have to go ahead and look for it first. So this is it actually. No, this is not it. This is a simple house. We will need this. We need to remember this. Okay, and CAD, no. Like now let's go find it. Search, no. We need a profile, like something that looks like a human being. Base, play cycle, Let's preview this. Okay, it's not. Then let's try this. It might be here. User. Okay, this looks like it. No, this is not it. Okay, so which is it then? CAD. Okay, so we can't find it. Base, it's gonna be in here. User, yes. Okay, so we have that there. Try not to get lost like I just did. Try to see how you can maybe open your real system and export and search properly. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and delete this row. No, let me just go ahead and delete the whole of this column. Delete this, delete the entire column, so we have this. Okay, so this is an image. Let's see. We don't need it to have these this space here. We don't need to have padding, so I just remove it, and then I'll click here to bring in the home icon. So let's come over to downloads, and I'll go ahead and then bring up this, and I think it's in this last part, the base, and this is it. Okay, so with these we have successfully finished. Okay, no, this is, we need to remove this home. Okay, so this is it. Like, this is perfect. We have something really tangible. Oh, hold on, this is not supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be grayish. Okay, we didn't get it right. So we need to come over here and go get the real thing. So let's go. Yes, this wasn't it. This wasn't it at all. Let's go back to downloads, and here just say all files, and this is it. Control X, open, Control V, replace, click on this, right click, and extract all, extract. Then I think I would just click on this to open and see if I can find what I'm looking for. Let's see. No, that's not it. That's not it either. So it's not here. Could it be here? This is not it either. Okay, so let's go over to another folder. So I'm basically just trying to look for the icon. All right, so this is my icon, and that's okay. Okay, so now I have the icon and everything looks perfect, and I think there might be just one more thing I need to do. So like this, it has some padding here, 16. Yes, so I need to click on the row and give it a padding of 16, like this, just to push it down a little bit from the upper part. Just align it a bit like that. So I think we're good now. Yeah, it's almost the same width as this, so this is perfect. Okay, so we have been able to finish creating the profile section of profile screen for our online learning mobile application. We're going to continue with the rest of the other parts in the next tutorial. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course. This is part 6, and in this part we're going to work on the search course screen. All right, so I think we already have some parts of these already done, so let's go just do it. Okay, so we'll click on new page, and then click on create blank, give it a name, search course. Okay, and then we'll click on create page. We'll go to, I think, user profile. No, auto profile. Yes, and then we will copy the row here. Okay, go to search course, click on the column and paste it. There you go. Then we can now go ahead and change this to explore. All right, so we're going to call it explore. Let's see, let's change this to explore. All right, so we have explore. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do simply is to set up this. Now if you click on this now, you see it's very long. So this is 375, the maximum width, and 711. Okay, so let's do the same thing. Let me copy the color code for that background, and the border radius is 30. Great, let's do it. So click on the column, click on add a child to the column, add a container, and then give it a maximum width, and then here you give it 711, and then we can say fill color space. Okay, just paste it. All right, that's it. So we have that. Come over here and give it let's say 30 pixels. Okay, that's the border radius. Now we can come back here and give it some padding of 15 pixels from the top. So we can say 15 pixels here. That's okay. And then the next thing that we can do quickly is, let me see, let's click on this and look at it. It has a top padding of 10 pixels. Let's click on the row here and give it 10 pixels. All right, perfect. Now with this container, what we're going to do next is just add a column inside it, and then we begin working from there. So I'll click on this and add a column. All right, inside the column I'm going to add let's see, what do we add now? We need to add a container. All right, the container is 3 to 7, well, not necessarily 3 to 7, just the 50 as a height, and then 40 pixels at the border radius. So we'll give it container and say 40 50 as a height, and then the width is maximum. And what else do we do here? We need to go ahead and give it some padding, 24 pixels on the left and right. So we'll say 24 pixels, and then we'll say here 24 pixels as well. And then the next thing we need to do is give it 28 pixels padding from the top. Let's do that to the column. So 28, there you go. And then here the border radius is 40 pixels, so I'll just click on here and say 40. Perfect. Now inside this row is going to be a text field, so I'm going to search for text field. I'm going to type it in, put in there. Now we have a text field there, and then this is the content that says search for a course. Okay, and then we have a search icon here. So let's go ahead and just scroll down to the level text and just paste here. All right, and then here is going to be 15, the padding on the left, 15. And let's scroll down to where we have the input decoration and say none. Okay, and then we can say icon properties. We are going to be adding trailing because we want it to be added on the right hand side. So here we can say search. Okay, and then we can put this. Perfect. So now it appears here. Now it might not be the same kind of icon, but I prefer we just use the one that is here. So let's go ahead and use primary text. There you go. We can say 24 just to make it bigger. All right, I think that works. So let's see, what is the size of this one? 20. That's okay. So we can have such a course. Okay, and then the next thing we need to do quickly, this is beautiful if you ask me, and we're going to put a text here that says browser category. Okay, so we will go ahead and click on the column, add a row. Okay, so we add a row, and in the row we add a text. So this is a text, and the next thing we're going to do is look at the font size, 400 by 14, and it's 26 padding from the left. So 26 padding from the left, and then it's 400 by 14. Perfect. So click on this and give it some padding from the top, which is 18. Okay, let's give it 18 here. All right, now that we have this, we need to go ahead and create these buttons. So our buttons, let's come over here. If we want to do a button, our button doesn't have gradient. Remember, a button doesn't have gradient. So we will go back to using a container. So let's add a container. Okay, and the container's dimension is going to be 119. Here we're going to use a fixed dimension. Yes, at some point we can change it. So 119 by 30 pixels. Okay, so we will say 119. Let's see, 119 by 30 pixels. 30 pixels, and the border radius here is 30. Okay, then let's find a way to get the color code. So it has some two colors here. It's actually a gradient. So we'll copy here, and border radius is 30, so we will give it 30. So we say 30. Then the gradient here is what we're going to come over. It will say gradient. Then we are going to have to, okay, so gradient. So click on this and gradient. Okay, so we're supposed to have like the gradient content dropping here, but it's not dropping. Add color. No. Do this. Show. Yes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and add the color, the first color here, and then we're going to go ahead and copy this. No, start from here, copy this, come back here and paste it. All right, there you go. Okay, so now we can click on this and add a row. In the row we can add a text. Okay, so then we can copy the text here. It's 400 by 10, so we would just say scroll up and say 400 by 10. I just pasted that, so 400 by 10, and click on here and say paste. All right, then click on this and say center align. There you go. So click on the container itself and let's start using it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and duplicate. Okay, hold on. So this is a container. Let's wrap this container in a row. Okay, so we wrap it in a row, then select the container and duplicate the container. All right, and so the container is going to have, hold on. Yes, the container is going to have a padding of 26 from the left. Then there's a space of 36 in between the buttons. Okay, so 26 on the left, 26 here, and then this one is going to have, let's see, what did we have there? 36. So this is going to have 36. Perfect. And then this is going to be finance inside it, and this is going to be Python. So let's go ahead and just duplicate this one, Ctrl D. Okay, so what we need to do now is I will go ahead and click on the first container and I will make it expandable. All right, so I make it expandable. Perfect. Then I'll give it an infinite width. Okay, then I'll go ahead and click on this particular one. I want it to be able to fit in every device. So I go ahead and give the same thing, expandable, make it an infinite width. Okay, then the same thing to this last one. All right, so I'll make it expandable and then I give it an infinite width. So the next thing I'm going to do now is there's finance and there's Python. So let's go ahead and click on here and change this to finance. Okay, and then come here and change this to Python. Okay, so the next thing I need to do quickly is this one is supposed to have let me see. So we have this hold on, no. Okay, so we have this. We're going to have to make this container. All right, so let's see. The content padding is not available. So what we're going to do is maybe we will try to give some padding inside here. This is not going to give us exactly what we need actually. So let's see. Click to open this and click on the row. And okay, so the text is supposed to expand, but now it doesn't have infinite width and we can't be saying infinite size. Okay, so it says the auto size. Okay, and let's see. Okay, now this is actually not the way I want it to be. So what I'm gonna do is I will take this off and I'll just fix the width for this one. So this is going to be 119, right? No, let's see, what was the dimension? This is 119, right? Yes, 119. Okay, so why do we have okay, this is it. Okay, perfect. Now we have it like this. Okay, so I'll click on this and then adjust this 16 padding from the top. So we have 16 padding from the top. And then the next thing that we need to do is duplicate it and have some things below. So I'll go ahead and click on this and say Control D, and then we're going to now adjust the things that are inside here. This is 89 and the content is programming. So I'll come over here, change the content to programming, and come over here and change the container to 89. Okay, so we have 89, and then here we need to have Swift and Vue.js and React.js. So let's say Swift, let's say Swift, Vue.js, Vue JavaScript, and the last one is here, React.js. Okay, so we now have React.js. So we say React.js. Okay, so we can now give it some padding from the left. Okay, so actually the spacing in between here is quite different. It's 15. All right, so the padding on the right here, okay, just 15. Let's say this is gonna be 62, right? Yes, so we would say 62 here, right? 62. Let's click on this and say 15. All right, so 15. Okay, now that didn't work. 15, and then here it's going to be 15 as well. Okay, so the last one is not showing. Okay, so we need to take this off. Okay, and okay, so let's take this off to be 15, and here we just say maybe 15 as well. Okay, so something like that. Then here we can just go ahead and do the same thing and say 15. Okay, so we have something working here. All right, so we have this, and then now we're going to put these and then replicate this. We already have this somewhere else, so it's gonna be easy peasy. Let's come over here to auto profile. No. Let's come here to user profile. No. Dashboard. There you go. So I'll click on this and Control C to copy it. Go to search courses, click on the column and paste it. And then go to auto profile. And I need to copy all of this, right? Yes. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy just one. Click on this. Look at where it is. All right, this is it. And Control C to copy it. Click to go to search course and click on column and paste it. So like that, we already have this, and we can paste a couple of them. Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V. There you go. And then now we can go ahead and put this other last part. So here, what we need to do is go ahead and create. We need to just go ahead and bring this up. Now let's download this. Okay, let's download this. Let's click on this and preview. Just export it. So it's actually going to be a zip file, right? So let's come over here, go to, was it auto profile? No. User profile, that's yes. Okay, so copy here, Control C, go to search course and click on the column, click to close it again, right click, wrap the widget in a stack, okay, so that we can paste the navigation. Okay, so now I've pasted it, but this is not gonna be here. Okay, so because that's not what is happening in this page. So we're going to have to go ahead and rearrange this a bit. Okay, so I'm gonna click to open this and look for the column, click to close it. All right, and then we have this image here. Let's just push this up. I think it's in the center, so maybe here. Okay, so great. So we have this, and this. I don't know. This one is gonna be the, okay, this is perfect. We just got it correct. So now all we just need to change now is this one, and we can call this explore. All right, so we can come to here and change the text to explore. Okay, so we say explore. All right, and then we can click on this, and we will click on this and make some adjustment. Let's go to downloads, and let's change from image to all files. Okay, we click this and cut it out, online learning. We go to images, paste it, and replace. So I think this would just, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. One of this is gonna really have the content of what we brought in. So not the user. Okay. CAD. Let's try to make these large icons. Base, no. What we're looking for is user, no. We need a search. We need a search icon. So let's leave here. Let's go to card. CAD. Okay, so we have some findings to do. All right, house simple, no, it can be house. Then we're gonna have search. This is gonna be it. So I think my VPN has just malfunctioned, and so it brought up that. So I'm gonna just reload this quickly. All right, so waiting for it to load up so we can get back to our course. I think I might need to reload. All right, so just waiting for a few seconds, and then we will be back up. Okay, so let's go back to the screen for our project. Okay, great. Let's go back to the screen for a project. Now, and if I click on here, I'll come over here and click this to get access to the search icon, and there you go. So with this now, we have the search icon in our application. Oh, this is the gray search icon. This is not what I got. Okay, not fair. So let's just try to explore that again and then just get it right. Okay, I did search this. I didn't find it there, and that was in the second one. Okay, let's try to see how we can get it here. Play cycle. Let's see, what is the play cycle? Play cycle is, okay, play cycle. Okay, that means it has to be here. It's not even here either. Okay, so we are going to have to find it one way or the other. Okay, so images. Okay, something has happened that has stopped us from being able to see what we brought in. Okay, so now this is, okay, we will just leave it like this for now, or preferably I would just click on the column here and add an icon quickly, since that's something familiar. So I'll just add an icon. All right, the icon is gonna be search. Okay, so let's say search, and then I'm gonna use this. I don't know the size of that. It's really big, 32. So we'll change this to 32. I think it will save me the stress. Then I will go ahead and click on this image and delete it. And Ctrl Z, I deleted the wrong image. So this is, what's happening? So this is my column, right? Open it. This is the image. Deletes the image. All right, then click on the text and reposition it. All right, so like that we have this. So I think this is okay for now. All right, so we have our container at this position, and pretty much okay. All right, so so far so good. We have been able to complete the explore course screen. what I want us to just do now is click on the stack, right click on it, and say wrap the widget in a container, and we're going to be saying maximum width and maximum height. All right, just so that everything can come out a little bit more nicely. You see how that is? We can click on the main column here and make it scrollable. All right, so we can make it scrollable. All right, so this is good. This is good for our business. All right, so let's go ahead and just end the lesson here and then continue in the next part. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this particular part we are going to be working on the course result. Okay, so the course result is very similar to the search course. Okay, and we already have some components that we will just reuse, so this is not going to take a lot of time. Now let's go ahead and then just copy this row first, Ctrl C, and we're going to create another page. Click on there to create page, and here we'll say course results. Okay, this is going to be the screen where that will show the result of a particular search item. Okay, so now we are going to just go ahead and bring in what we have here, although we're going to delete a lot of things. So let's say I would have just duplicated the other screen. So let's say I would have just duplicated this screen actually. Yes, that's what we would have done, but it's okay. Now we can just go ahead and let's see. We need a text. We need these, so let's just go ahead and create this. I'm copying this 400 by 14. Let's go to search course or course result. Yes, and then click on the column. Click on add a child to the main column, and then here we're going to add a text widget, and there you go. Paste. And here is going to be a padding of 17. So we have here 17, and then it's definitely then it's gonna be like okay, let's change our strategy. All right, let's wrap this row inside a container. So we're wrapping this entire row inside a container. It's gonna have a maximum width. It's gonna have a height of maybe 900. Okay, and so now this row, okay, let's click on it and wrap this row in a column. Okay, fine. And then now let's click on the column and give it the 17 pixels padding, and let's see what is happening here. This is like 30. I want us to have the same thing, so let's give here 17 too. And then here, okay, not on that, let's give it to the column. So if you click on this and check this, it says 25, so we're giving it to the column, 25 pixel from the top. And then here we need to add another search item here. All right, so let's go ahead and click on this and say Ctrl D to duplicate what we have here. Click on the row and use this particular alignment that spreads them on both sides, and then let's copy this and click on this to paste it, and then we will go ahead and click here, change this to this. Beautiful. Well, it's still so not light enough, so let's try this one. It's too not good. Let's say accent. No, that one disappears totally. And then international, not working. So let's use a secondary text, and let's make fade a bit, maybe something around here. Okay, so we have this. Let's click on let's go ahead and add this particular detail. So we can go here and say search course and copy the card. So we click on here and copy the card, Ctrl C, go to course result, course result, click on the column and paste it. There you go. So we have that. Now this particular container has a color. We should have copied it, and let's click on this container and paste it. So I'm pasting this here. This gives it this color. Now perfect. Now observe, there's some things that are not perfectly arranged anymore. Like this is supposed to be like 400 by 10, and then it's actually going out here. What I would rather do is click on this, click on the container. Instead of that, okay, we're giving it an infinite width. Okay, I see the problem. Let's remove this. Yes, now that's perfect. And then we don't even need this either. Okay, now this is now purely perfect, right? So let's go ahead and click on the container, see how we can give it some padding from the top. It's 10 pixels from the top, and say 10. And then now that we have done that, let's click on cost result. No, the column itself, right click. Okay, hold on, let's see, do we have anything here? Okay, we do still have the search part here. So let's wrap this column in a stack, and then let's go to search course and bring in what we have here. So click on this and Ctrl C to copy, go to cost result, and locates the column, the main column. This is it. So we click on the stack now and paste it, and so it's now here. And so the next thing we need to do is wrap this stack with a container that will make the entire background white. So we click to give it a maximum width and a maximum height, and that's it. That's it, my friend. It looks great now. So we click this to duplicate and go and go and go. Okay, so this is it. So this is how the result will look like when someone searches for something. Now let's click on the container and give the container a border of 30. Okay, and so that's it. Now we have this beautiful shape above. Beautiful, guys. So we have been able to finish working on this in a small amount of time. So we are going to continue in the next video. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course. In this part, we're going to work on the cart. Okay, so let's go ahead and just jump right into that. Let's copy this, Ctrl C. Okay, and then we will go ahead and click on this place where we get to create a new page, and let's call this cart and create page. Click on the column, paste this, and we need to delete this cat icon, and here we can call it cart. Okay, so this is it. We have our cart, and the next thing we need to do quickly is we need to just put up all this information. Okay, so this looks almost like this, right? Very much like this. So we'll come over here to course result, and we will click on this container and copy it, go to cart and click on the column and paste it. And so now in here in this part, we will delete what we have here, and we'll delete most of these containers. Okay, so we take this off, click on this, no, not that, this one, click on this, delete it, click on this, click on the container and delete it, click on this, click on the container and delete it. Okay, now we have this going out for us. This is looking good. We need to go ahead and then just put in some few things that is missing, so which is this and this. All right, so we can go ahead and just put let's see, I'm gonna go ahead and do something really interesting. So this is my container, yes, and I want everything to be together, right? So I'm going to wrap this container in a column, right? In a column. That's done. And then I'm going to add a row, right? Let's see, I'm going to add a row just under that. Let's see. So yes, and I'm going to copy this, save for later, and I will do that here. So I'm putting everything here. I'm just going to go ahead and add text here, and so this is where I'm going to paste my information. All right, save for later, and this is we have 400 by 10, and so if you come over here, I'm going to just say 400 by 10. Then I'm going to duplicate this, Ctrl D, and I will click on this and say spread it across like this, and this one is going to be for delete. All right, so I will say delete. Okay, so let's click on this and see it. So it's 400 by 10 as well. Let's copy this. It has two colors. Let's go ahead and just pick one. So let's just copy this, Control C, come over here, come to where the color of the text is and paste it. So now we have this. Let's click on this, save for later. That's a row, and give it some padding, something really small, maybe 3. Okay, so just 3. Now we have this, and we're pretty much ready for the world. Okay, so let's click on this, remove the padding from here. I want to add that padding on something else. Now all of these things, so this is a column, right? All of these things is going to be added in what is it called? It's going to be in a widget called, okay, so I think we can just go ahead and just duplicate it. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let me see. Yes, let's do it. Control D. So this is duplicated and we need to give it some space, right? Yes, so let's click this and see space is going to be 16. So let's give it some space here. So 16. When we are doing when we're handling backend, we will just adjust it again. So Control D again and a D again, like that. So this looks perfect for our CAD scenario. All right. Then we have okay, there's a part here that says save for later. All right. So Control Z. Let's go now. Now we're going to go ahead and add. We're going to go ahead and add. Another column. All right, this is the first column. No, this is the biggest column. All right, let's add okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'll delete this. This is going to be inside, this is going to be wrapped in a widget called list view. Yeah, because something happened to that. We will fix it when we're doing backend. Let's go ahead and just add what we have here. This one says save for later. We did something like that before. Let's see where we can find it. Cost results, dashboard. Okay, so this is it, recommended. So I'm going to just copy it, Ctrl C, go to cat, come to column and paste it. And then here, I'm just going to go ahead and copy save for later. And this is going to be 400 by 18. Okay, so here I'm pasting it. And then what we're going to do next is 400 by 18. Yes, go. Okay, now the next thing we're going to quickly do, I think this width is a bit bigger than just 1 pixel, but it's 36. So let's see. Let me see if I can alter what we have here. All right, so this is 36, and I think this width is like 2. So let's just alter that a bit. So this is going to give us 36. And this is going to be by 2. Okay, so the next thing we need to do quickly is we need to go ahead and get this rolling very well. So this is 21 pixels from the top. So this says 16, so let's say 21. And then we are going to go ahead and add something else. Let's add the same thing that we have here. Click on this, open, and say container, Control C. Let's click on this column and paste it. All right, so we have it here done for us properly. We need to go ahead and add sorry about that. So we need to go ahead and add this particular row, Control C. We paste it here. All right, and this is going to be total courses. Okay, so let's see. Let me copy the text for total courses and click here and paste it. And then we can go ahead and paste one more thing. This is the big text. So I'm going to go ahead and then just add a row. So in this column, add a row. And in the row, I'm going to add a text. Then I will center align the text. So here, I'm just going to copy the money. It's 400 by 36. So I'm going to paste it here. 400 by 36. 400 by 36. Click on this and center align it. Then we need to go ahead and then give it some padding from the top. So we say 13. Okay, so 13. Okay, so then the next thing we need to do is click on this icon. And we will go ahead and then do something really remarkable. Let's copy this. Ctrl C. This is going to be a gradient and it's going to be a container, right? So let's just go find a button. like that, something like that, something that we have done some like that before. So let's come to search courses. Okay, we have that here. Let's click on this, click on the container, and just copy it. Go to cart, click on the column, and paste it. All right, so let's go ahead and see how we can manipulate this. Let's come here. This is going to be 69 pixel as the height. Let's copy this particular first color first. 69, let's say 69 is the height. So 69, really big. And then we need to go ahead and paste the first color. This is the first color, paste. Then the second color, I think this should still be the second color. Ctrl C. The border radius is 20 pixels. So let's come over here and change this to 20. Okay, then we need to go ahead and paste the second color. So this is the second color. There you go. And now what I need to do quickly is, remove the padding, or let's say we're going to go ahead and make the width infinite. Okay, and we will just go ahead and remove this padding on the left. All right, and that way we have it done for us properly. Really neat. And so far, let's see how we can get this padding on the top is 13. So we have 13 here. So this is perfect, guys. This is perfect. And so far, we have been able to finish our cart for our online learning mobile application. So here is where we're going to stop, and we'll continue again in the next part of this course. See you soon. Okay, hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're just going to see how we can push it up to the next level. Alright, so we're going to work on this particular screen. Yes, that's a course details screen. Let's go. So for us to build this, we'll just add another page, create blank, course details. So course details, and we say create page. And then we will go ahead and then copy what we had before. So let's come here to maybe search course, right? We have this is an icon. Yes, let's just copy this, Ctrl C, go to course details and click on the column itself and paste it. And then now we need to do some things. Okay, so the whole of these things that we have here is this is a container, right? So it's like 375, the 298 is the height. Okay, so we have 15 radius pixel. So what we are going to do here is we're going to wrap the whole of this row. Okay, not that, the whole of this column. Okay, not the whole of this column. Let's wrap the whole of this row, and that means we're going to take off maybe take off this, right? Let's wrap this row in a container. All right, the container's height is 291. Okay, border radius is 15, so we will say 291 is the height. 291. The width is infinite. Perfect. The border radius is 15, and we are going to wrap the row here inside in a column. Okay, and then now we have this working out for us. The reason is why it's in the column is because we have things stacked from top to bottom here, just around this particular area. And then let's work on getting the color. So I'm going to copy this color code, and then I will click on the container and go around where we have the gradient, turn it on, and then just go ahead and paste this. All right, so I'm pasting this, and I will go ahead and come to the second part and copy the second color. Okay, this is good. And I will just go ahead and paste this second color. Perfect. Now we have this, so we can go ahead and do we need the cards? Yes, we need all of this. So click on this, change the color to white, that's secondary background. Click on the explore, change the text color to secondary background, and the same thing with the icon here, change it to secondary background. Perfect. Now here we can just go ahead and say this away from the top, maybe 22 pixels radius. So we can say 22, something like this, and that's perfect. Okay, so no, not on the container, not on the icon, but like this on the entire thing. So perfect. Now we have this. The next thing we need to do quickly is arrange all of this. So here is going to be an image, and then here is a column. Okay, so here's an image and here's a column. So let's export this image, and I'm just going to go ahead and just export it the way it is. Okay, then we need to go ahead and copy this. Let's create all of this. So let's click on this. This is going to be 400 by 24. This is 75 by 75. So we click on the column, and we're going to add a row. In the row, we're going to add an image. The image is going to be 75 by 75. Okay, and then we click on the row and we add a column. All right, so here's a column. In the column, we're going to have a row. In the row, we're going to have a text. Okay, and the text is going to be this. So I'm going to just copy this. It's 400 by 24. Okay, so we're going to paste it here and say 400 by 24. Click on the text color and add secondary background. Beautiful. Now we have done that. The next thing we need to do quickly is here, let's give it a padding of 36 for this image. So click on this image and give it a padding of 36. So we say 36. And for these, there's a column here, right? Let's click on this to duplicate the row. Okay. And we have a text here that says front-end development is 400 by 14. Okay. So click on this, 400 by 14. Scroll up and paste it. Okay. So we can go ahead and click on this and then say align to the left. Perfect. Now we have 8 here as the padding between these two text widgets. So we'll say 8 here. Okay, and let's go ahead and click on this and just turn it to black. Click on this and turn it to black. All right, then the next thing is to set up these icons. Not icons, sorry, buttons. Okay, so I would like to just reuse the things that we already have. So I'm going to go to auto profile. Where do I have that? Search course. Okay, then I will just copy one of these icons, one of these buttons. Ctrl C. I will go to course details, and in this column, I will just go ahead and paste what I have. Okay, now that didn't work out. I think I have to just create it all over myself. So let's click this, add a column, add a container. Okay, so the container's dimension is 51 by 30. Okay, and then 30. Okay, so we say 51 by 30 and 30 pixels as the border radius. That's what I meant. And then the next thing we need to do is go ahead and copy what makes it a gradient. So we'll just go ahead and copy this ones. Yes. Okay, Ctrl C. And we can go ahead and just come down here and say gradient, and we're going to paste this particular color, and we'll come over here and copy the second color, Ctrl C, and paste it here. All right, there you go. So we can now go ahead and click on the container, add a row. Okay, inside the row we're going to add a text. The text is going to say Vue.js. All right, so we will say here Vue.js. Okay, and the font size is going to be 400 by 10. So let's just reduce this to 10 and click on the row and center align it. Perfect. Now we have this, so we're going to have to wrap this, right click on it and wrap it in a row so that we can duplicate it and have two buttons there. So I'm duplicating this now, so we now have two of them there, and this is it. For this one, I'm going to have a longer container, so it says 89, and I'm just going to copy the content inside here. So here we're going to have 89 as the width of the container, so 89, and then the content is going to be different. So I'm pasting the content here, and that's it. So here we will have all of that done for us. There's some spacing in between here and here. So this is 21 pixels. So let's say padding on the left for the column that contains all of that is 21. And then the row that contains all of these buttons has to have some padding. Yes, exactly, 14. So we will say 14. Perfect. And then now this our beautiful image is what we're going to now be considering. Let's remove the border radius. Let's click from network to asset, and then let's click this icon here to upload the image from our downloads. Okay, so now we have this. We have to go ahead and say all files so that we can see what was exported that time. So I'm going to click on this, go to my images, and just paste this. Okay, replace it. All right, so now let's see the time, 12. Okay, so this should gonna be the course. Let's right click on this and export it, extract it all, and there you go. Okay, so now I don't know where that went to, but we're gonna find it. Okay, this says it's for yesterday, and this has to be for today, right? Okay. So we are looking for, what are we looking for? Okay, when we see it, we will know. Let's see. This is not it. This is just a logo. Okay, this is it. So we're gonna click on this and take it in. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do is, we're done with this. We just need to rearrange it. So let's say padding is gonna be roughly 29. So we will go ahead and click on the whole of this to say 29. Okay, so 29 from the top. Perfect. But now it's not really giving us that vibe. It's not really filling in very well. So maybe I could actually just say maybe like this. Okay, and let's click on this and remove this padding from the top. Yes, and we need to separate these containers. Okay, so we have here, if I click this, so the space in between them is 15. All right, so I'll say 15 pixels. So now this is perfect. This is good. And let's go ahead and then work on the remaining part. So we have a description here and a text here. So let's do it. So here I'm copying this description and I'm clicking the main column. I'm going to add a row here, and in the row I'm going to add a text. All right, so the text now is going to be what I have here. So I'm going to say Ctrl V, and then here I'll say 32. So here I'm going to say 32. That's good. And let's go ahead and just give a padding on the top. This is going to be 25. 25. There you go. So here, this description here, let's see, what's this font size? It's 400 by 14. And what we're going to do is we're going to use secondary text. Okay, now we're done with that. Let's go ahead and just duplicate this, Ctrl D, and we will use it for this particular text. So I'm going to just copy all of the things here. It's 400 by 14 again, but pure black. So I'll click on this and paste it, everything the way it is. And now I need to go ahead and click on this to say expand it to go downwards. That's the idea. And on the left hand side, sorry, right hand side, I will give it the same padding. I'll just say 32. Okay. And the content of the text color here is going to be just black. All right. Then let's see whether we can adjust the padding. So we click here and turn this to 20. All right. 20 from the top. Now we have done that. We need to do show more, and then this, and then a couple of these, and then that would be all. All right, so let's see how we can just quickly finish this. So we have this. Let me copy this, Ctrl C, click on the column, Ctrl V, and here is gonna say show more. So I'm gonna come back here and paste show more. Okay, I'm pasting show more there, and it has a color. So I'm gonna copy the color here. Good. Come back here to FlutterFlow and paste it. Beautiful. But I think this show more should be smaller. Okay, it's basically smaller, 400 by 12. So yes, 400 by 12. Perfect. Now we have this particular need for scenario like this. Let's go to our search course. Let's go to our search course and just copy what we have here. Control C. All right. Go to course details and click on the column and paste it. Okay. So now we just need to adjust some things, right? So this is author, and then these lines are 100 pixel wide. So we need to just do that. So here is going to be 100 pixel. All right. And this is going to be author. Okay. And then this is going to be 100 pixel wide. 100. Perfect. So now I'll go ahead and then give some padding from the top, 30 pixels. So 30 pixels. So we will say 30 pixels. And then what we need to do next is this part, and then this buttons, and then that's it. So let's finish this one. Here we need to go ahead and add something really cool. That's this is a container. The height is 104. Then we can copy this color code for the light background here. So let's click on the column here and add a container. This is the container. Okay, the height of the container is 104. Okay, the width is infinite, right? Let's look at it again. Yes, it's infinite, but it has a padding of 23. Let's just use 23 on both sides. So padding is going to be 23 on both sides. So 23 here on the right and 23 here on the left. Then we're going to have a border radius of 20. Border radius of 20. Perfect. So the next thing that we're going to do quickly is we're going to go ahead and give a padding of 32 from the top. So I'm giving this a padding of 32 from the top. And so we have here 32. Perfect. And then the next thing that we are going to do quickly is we're going to go ahead and generate. Okay, no, we need to go ahead and put a column here, right? So because things are being stacked from top to bottom too. So we need to go ahead and come here and add a column. All right, so we're adding a column here. And here we're going to add a no. What do we add here? We can add a row. Let's see. Let's observe. So here we have, let me click out. We have an image here. And that image is popping out of here. So let's even click here to see how we can get that out. So export. Okay. Preview. And this is how it looks like. Let's export this. It's actually an image. So just an image. So we have 22 pixels. No, sorry. I'm looking for the dimension of these. The image, what we had before. So it's 75 by 75. So we're going to go ahead and do it like this. All right. Before we even work on this one, let's work on this one. Okay. So let's see. Do we have a place where we have something like this? Let me see. Do we have something like that we did? No, it didn't. We just have okay, so let's just create this all over again. So we have this is a column, right? So we have a row. Okay, in the row we're going to have a column. All right, the column is going to have a text, right? Yes, a text. And then we're going to just put this Sarah W, and it's 400 by 14. Okay, so let's do it. 400 by 14, and let's wrap it in a row so that we can put the icon there. This thing here. So it's 21 by 21. So let's click to add that image there. So we click here to add an image. The image is going to be 21 by 21. We're removing the border radius, and we're going to just change this to network to asset, then click here to look for that item. Okay, so we're using this. Now that we've gotten this, the next thing we need to do quickly is this particular scenario. All right, so the text, we're copying all of this. It's 400 by 10. So we will go ahead and then click on this column, click on add a child to the column and put a row. In the row, we're going to put a text. We're going to paste the text that we copied. Okay, so and it's 400 by 10. Okay, so we have a 400 by 10. Let's see, it's actually 400 by 10, yes. And then copy this color code, and this is 3 by 3. Okay, so let's paste this color code first. Let's go. Yes, and then we can now click on the row, click on add a child to the row, add a container. All right, and then we will say 3, and then here we will say 3 again. Okay, and then here we can paste the color code, and then we now need to give it some padding. So 10 pixels on the left and 10 pixels on the right. So we will say 10 here, and we'll say 10 here as well. Okay, now that's about it. We can click on this and copy the text, and then click on the row. This is the row we have, and paste it. Okay, so now we have this. Let's click on this big column and make it align to the left properly. Sweet. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to give it some spacing, so 10 pixel apart. So here we click on this and say 10 pixel apart, 10. Beautiful. And then here click on the column, and let's see, course reviews, and then the stars here. I think we can actually get this from somewhere else. We did something similar. We had this star somewhere, so we can just let me see what we can do here. So we have another thing to put. Okay, so let's just go ahead and say click on this and say Ctrl D to duplicate, click this to delete this, and click this to, all right, so let's come over here, click on the container, delete this one, and let's say course reviews. Let's type the course reviews. Okay, course reviews, and it's in a row, so we can go ahead and just add an icon. This is it. Icon is a star, or star, and there you go, that's our star. Then that star has a color. I would prefer to use this other one, this particular one here. So I'll use this color, Ctrl C, and the dimension is roughly about 10. Okay, so we would say 10, let's say 10. Okay, that's really small, so let's say 16. Click here and paste the color of the icon. And so with this now we can say, let's look for padding from the left, so 10. So let's give it 10 here. All right, and then click on this and say Ctrl D, and click on this one. We don't need that much padding in between them, so maybe 2. Yes, just maybe 2. Aha, let's say Ctrl, no, we don't even need a padding. Let's say Ctrl D, go, something like that. Then let's click on this and Ctrl C, look for the row and paste it. So now with this one we can just say is a 5.0. Of course, that's the idea. So we say 5.0. Okay, so let's see, this is 400 by 7, and it's black. Okay, so by 7, no, I just leave it at 10. Let's click on this and make it black. Okay, perfect. Now we have done this, what is left is for us to push it apart. So to push it apart, let's click here and say this distance is 77 from the edge. So click on the column and say 77. So we're pushing it from the edge. And the next thing we need to do is center align it, yes. So click on the column itself and center align it like this. Perfect. Now this is a column, this is a container. We need to wrap this container, preferably this container, with a stack widget. Okay, with a stack widget, and let's click on this container now. So it has 32 by 23, so 23 here, let's remove these and put it back on the stack. So I'm deleting this and also deleting this. Okay, so I'm gonna click on the stack and put it there. So I'll say 23, then here I'll say 32, and it's perfect. Now let's go back to my stack. I'm gonna add an image. This is the image I'm adding, and that image is 75 by 75. Okay, so this is not really giving me exactly. Okay, yes, it's gonna give me. I know, I just remembered something. So this is it. It's 75 by 75. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and then remove these border radius. Let's come over here and change it from network to asset, and let's click on here to upload the file. I think this was it. No, I think we did a real download. Okay, so yes, this is it. So we will upload it, and then what we're going to do is going to be very interesting. Click on the container itself, this main container, and we're going to do some pushing away. So here there's some small space in between, so 10 on the top and 6 on the left. So let's go ahead and say 10 on the top. So we say 10, push it down with a bit, and then 6, something like that. It's not really obvious, so let's make this 25. Okay, and then maybe this one 10. Okay, so like this now, and it really shows out, it comes out of here, kind of that kind of thing. Yes, that kind of thing. And it's not really super perfect. Let's say okay, so this is not bad. This is not bad at all. Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to go ahead and then wrap even this image with a stack. So we wrap it in a stack, and in this stack we're going to add a circle image. Circle image, yes. And circle image added. The circle image size is 44 by 44. I'm not sure whether that's gonna work for us, but let's see. 44. No, it's not gonna work for us because this is 75 by 75. It didn't give me the perfect dimension for everything. It didn't give me the perfect thing. So what I'm gonna do is, let's click on this and see what we have. If we say spread out like this, okay, this is it. So I'm using this one to spread out everything. So I'm gonna come over here and say but how does that look like? Let's see, let's try to see what we can do. So here is going to give me 25 and 25. Okay, so let's say 25, 25 and 25. So let's zoom in a bit so we can see what we're doing. Now it's not giving me a perfect scenario. In fact, let me reduce this to 34, and I will make this a bit farther inside, like a little bit inside, and then here is just perfect, I think. So something like this will work. Okay, but I think I need to make the diameter a bit bigger. So let's say 40. Okay, so if it's 40, let's reduce this to 27. Then this one should be 23. Okay, perfect. Then we can go ahead and change from network to asset, and then if we click here, I should see the photo that I had used before. There must have been a photo that I had used. Okay, I used a photo of a guy. I think I can just use it again for now. Okay, so something like this, but the image here is not really giving me what I want. It's not giving me what I want. Okay, the only one that is spread across like this is this one, but I don't really get everything the way I want it. So might need to give it a radius of 36. That's not gonna work out. It's just gonna tie everything in. Ctrl X, Ctrl Z. Okay, so I didn't really get everything. I think it's because of how the image came out. Let me see. I might need to get the image again. So let's see. Is there a way around it? Is there another way I can get this image? And that's a logo. It has these it's not perfect. It's basically gradients. Okay, so I think at some point when we're polishing it up, we will try to see how we can make this even better. So let's go ahead and add a button. So let's click on this, Ctrl C, copy that out, click on the column and paste it. Can't copy a widget into itself. Ctrl C, okay, click on the column, Ctrl V, click on these to center line, and click on the containers itself to expand it and make some meaning out of it. So here we're going to say 152 by 48. Okay, then we're going to try to use this gradient colors. 152, so this is gonna be 152 by 48, and then we'll scroll down and use the gradient colors, paste this here, and here we'll just copy this as well, Ctrl C, click on this and paste this. Alright, so now with this, the border radius is 10, and we have here auto profile. So border radius, let's scroll up and change this to 10, and scroll up a bit and click on the text and paste it. Okay, so let's click on the container again. Why is that? Yes, so this, we need to change this to 10. Okay, and then this one is gonna be something we need to change. Let's click on this. It's also 152. Let's come over here and copy this, go to the containers, gradient properties, and paste this, and then change the width to 152, and the border radius to 10. Okay, the height to 48, and the last thing we're going to do here is to copy the second color, maybe this, and paste it as the second gradient color. Okay, actually we can always add multiple gradient colors. Okay, so we can even add the third one. I didn't see that property in time. Okay, so let's add a third color and paste it here. Okay, so now with this we can now go ahead and just this is gonna be add to cart, 700 by 14. Wow. So let's say 700 by 14. Okay, and it's going to be add to cart, paste. Let's go ahead and change this color here to white, and click on this, change it also to 700 by 14, and we will click to change the text color to this. Alright, so perfect. Now we have a beautiful outline and buttons. So we have here is going to be 37 as a padding from the top. So here you go. Alright, so if we reduce all of this, you now get to see that we have like a very beautiful UI for our project. Well, we will fix this later on when we are debugging and trying to make everything perfect. Okay guys, we'll get to see in the next part of this course. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're going to just work on the course playlist. All right, so let's just go right into it. Okay, So what we're going to do here simply is that we're going to just go ahead and replicate what we have here. Like that means we're going to use maybe the same scenario here just to have this particular upper part like this, and then we can go ahead and have we'll go ahead and then put a YouTube player here. All right, so because this is what we're going to use for our video. Okay, and then we will create a button. We'll create some sort of conditional actions there, like, you know, when someone clicks here it shows this, when someone clicks here it shows this. All right, so let's try to see how we can finish up these two things at the same time. All right, so these two screens will make up the same thing in a way. All right, so let's see what's the best way to set this up. The best way we can set this up is we're going to create this one, all right, and put it somewhere, and then we also create this one and still put in the same page, and this one will use conditional visibility to show it. Okay, let's go ahead and then just jump right into it. Now this is where we have our application, so we'll just go ahead and right click on this and duplicate this page. Okay, so I'll click inside and then I'll go ahead and click this to edit it. So here it says course playlist, so I'll just rename this and say course playlist. All right, so we have course playlist. Now what we need to do next is we're going to just go ahead and delete so many things that are here already. Like we're taking off this button, we're taking off all of this. Let me see, let's just take off the entire card. Okay, so we're taking off this row, we're taking off let me see, yes, let's just take off everything, taking off this description, taking off this as well, the show mode, take it off, and the whole of this column we're taking it off, and then the whole of this row we're taking it out too. So now we have this. Okay, and then we need to go ahead and click on the container here and reduce the height as well. So here, this entire container, let's see, how do I determine the entire height? So here is 52. Okay, so let's just use the height here, so 52. Forget about this other area where we have this. So let's just reduce this to 52. Okay, so nice, we have this. We need to just adjust it a bit and make it flat towards the end. In fact, let's just make everything flat for the container. So this is a container. Let's remove the border radius completely. Okay, so now we have something like this. Now that we've done this, the next thing we need to do quickly is to introduce the player here. So we don't need to like do that from scratch. We're going to just click on the column, click on add a child to the column, and we will look for video. So there's a video player here which we can just add here. Now this video player is going to allow us to be able to put something inside here, you see. So it has all its different functionalities already. We just need to be able to put the source of the file here, like where it's coming from. Yeah, so then it shows controls, it does all of this. There's even another kind of let me check to be certain. There's a YouTube. All right, so there's even another one here called the YouTube player. So we can even include the YouTube player here. So the YouTube player is just slightly different from this particular one here. All right, so but for now we will just play around and see the one that we want. At some point we might just replace this with something else with this one. Okay, but let's just start with this. All right, so now the next thing that we need to do quickly is we need to go ahead and bring up this particular scenario in our application. So I'm going to put this is a button. The button is 188 by 52. So we're going to just focus on the height, not the width like we always do. So I will go ahead and click on the column here. Click here to add a row. I want to add a row because there'll be two buttons there. So now I'll click here to add a button. So this is the button, and the height is 52. And let me click here to copy the content, the text inside it. So the height is 52. So I'll just come over here and say the width is infinite. Okay, and oh, that caused a problem. Okay, so let's click on this and change it to expansion. All right, then we can now go ahead and say the width is infinite. Yes, and then the height is 52. Okay, then we are going to paste the content. This is the content. All right, so this is the course content, that's the content of the button. All right, so it's just basically white, the text is black, so we will need to go ahead and change this text to black. Okay, and then we will clear the color of the button, or just give it a white color. Yes, and then we will remove the elevation, because that's what is giving this grayish thing around the border. So remove it and make it just 0. Okay, and then you can even make the border width 0 as well. Okay, so like that, we have a flat button like this. Now we have done this, what we need to do is Ctrl D to duplicate it. So now we have another button. So this button is going to be let's see, when the user clicks on it, it should show like this, and when it is not clicked, it should show gray. So let's click on this and say, let's just copy this one and just put it there first for this one. Okay, so the container, the color here, the field color here will be this one. All right, so we have it like this. Okay, so click on this and remove the border radius. It doesn't have any border radius, so let's remove it. No border radius. Then click on this and also remove the border radius, just to make everything smooth. All right, so we have this now. Perfect. Then now what we need to do again is to set up this particular thing. Now if you observe, right, this is a drop down. This is more like a drop down, such that when you click on it, it will just like drop down. All right, so we have something called drop down in what is called in FlutterFlow, right? But we're going to have to think about how best to handle this, right? Because I would prefer to just make these a list. All right, so I would prefer to just make this a list. So I think we might just try in 2 scenarios, right? So I will customize this in a different way, while I'll customize this in a different way, and then we can just go ahead and then maybe try to replicate these another way, just 2 different designs. Okay, and see which one works better. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a list view here. This says course intro. Okay, course intro, and then another course here. Okay, I'm trying to, like, right now as I'm thinking about the database as well. So let's say we have a collection called courses. So each creator puts a course there, and so this is going to be like the title of the course. All right, and then the duration of the course, and then maybe the number of courses. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that we're going to make these a whole list. I'm going to simplify everything for now. We're going to make this a list of courses, right? So we're just going to have section 1, all the courses. All right, we're just going to have like a list of courses, right? So there's going to be their title, and this is like the course content, right? Such that when the student goes ahead and maybe what I could do here is I'm going to just rework on this a bit, just to make the UI a bit simple and cool. So this is going to be like the course title, the duration, and all of that. Then this button is going to be a play button. So when you click on it, it will just play the video here. It will play the video here, right? So I think that's what I'm going to do. Yes, it's going to play the video there. Now I think that's even better for me, right? So when you click this, it plays here instead of taking it to another page. Yes, I'm changing the UI there a little bit. So let's go ahead and just say the title of the course. And so if that's what we're going to do, we're going to just go ahead and do it like this is going to be a row. Inside the row we have a column. All right, we have a column here, and then we have this button. This is going to be a play button. So let's do it. So I'm clicking on the column. I'm going to add a row. Okay, so in the row I'm going to go ahead and add a column. So the column, and then in the column I'm going to add I can just go ahead and add a text. All right, so my text is going to be what we have here. So I'm going to click this and copy it. It's 400 by 14. Okay, so this is the thing that I'm pasting. 400 by 14. Perfect. And then it has a padding of 25 pixels. So we're going to give that padding to the column. Okay, so I selected the column at the widget tree. And then now I'm going to go ahead and click on the text itself and duplicate it. Since it's in a column, it will just go down like this. So now we have this one. This is 400 by 10. I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to paste it here. Alright, so this is, no. Now I'm going to change it a bit. So we're not going to say 12 video. So course intro, maybe this is just going to say maybe the real generic thing that you're teaching here. Okay, so we can just change this to maybe Flutter. All right, so maybe Flutter. So this is like the main thing that has been taught here, or the parent thing. Okay, so then here is going to be like the duration. Yes, so we will go ahead and just let's change the color first. So let's come here. I'm copying the color, and then I will go over here and paste the color for the text, and then change this to 10. All right, and then click on the column and give it an alignment towards the left like this. All right, and then it has some padding, so 5. So I'm gonna click on it and give it some padding from the top 5. And then the next thing I'm gonna do is, okay, I'm gonna right click. That's not gonna work. Let's remove this padding. We'll give it to the row. So but first I'm gonna wrap the text in a row. Okay, then give that row that 5. Okay, and then in that row I'm going to go ahead and add a container. Okay, so this is the container. It's going to be a circle. It's going to be maybe 3. All right, and it's going to be this color. No, not this one. That's not a color. I had copied something. So let's come here and copy the color. The circle here is 3. I was correct. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste it. Okay, so the diameter here is 3. Yes, so click here and paste this. Alright, so let's give it some padding, right? So 10 on the sides. So let's say 10 here, 10 on the left, and then 10 on the right. Okay, so now we've gotten that. Let's click on this and copy it, Ctrl C. And then now I'm going to click on the row. Alright, I'm going to click on the row and say Ctrl V to paste it. So that's going to be this time here. Alright, so I'm just going to copy it and come over here and click on the text that I pasted, and now paste it. No, I didn't copy it. So this is supposed to be 25 minutes. So 25 minutes. Okay, perfect. Now we have this. So we're going to go ahead and add something else inside the row, which is going to be an icon. So we're adding an icon there. This icon is going to be play. Alright, not play. It's going to be a play button. So we can use anything. I would like to use this one. Alright, so that's it. So I'll go ahead and click on the row and say give it this particular kind of padding. Then I'll click on this and give it a padding of 25 pixels on the right. Now let me go ahead and let's think a little bit of what we can do now. So we have this scenario here, but there's a line here that I need us to put. So this line is this is a color. I just copied it. So for us to be able to put a line under this, we need to wrap this row, okay, in a column. So I'm wrapping it in a column. All right, and then with this now I can go ahead and click to add a child to that column. That child is going to be a container, so that it can just be below it, because after a while I will now put everything inside a list view widget, which is going to allow us to be able to generate a list from the database. So when I'm building, I'm trying to also think about backend. So I'm going to click here to say infinite width. The height is going to be 1, and the color I pasted. Let's see the padding of the line from the text here. So it's 11. So I'll just go ahead and say 11. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what we can do next. Now this is the column. Okay, no, this is the main column. All right, so we have all of this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this column Okay, we're going to wrap this column in a widget called list view. All right, so list view, and so with this we will query it. We'll query the backend, and then it will bring out the things that are inside the collection called courses. We have not created that yet, but I just wanted you to know that that's how we want to do it. So now on this list view, I'll go ahead and give it a landing page of padding of 11, and that's it. So now we have this. Let me click on the column and say center. No, this is not giving me exactly what I need. I needed this guy to be somewhere in the middle, but it's okay. We can still use it like this. All right, so we have this. The next thing that I would like us to do is, let's make this a bit neater. Click on the column, right click on it, wrap the widget with a container, just so that we can make the entire background white. Give it an infinite width, give it an infinite height. Now it looks a bit neater, don't you see? Okay, so the next thing we need to do now is we need to go ahead and we're not going to use all of this for now. I think maybe at some point we'll just find a way to see how we can replicate it in a different way. Okay, so what we need to do next is, what happens when the user clicks on this? We need to be able to show this particular thing here. So from what I see here, all right, this is more like let's say the author drops, this is the author. All right, the author drops a message, and I'm sure the author is dropping the message. Okay, so the way I'm going to do it is, this is the, okay, this person has a batch as an author. I get it. Okay, and then there's a like here, and then there's a reply here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I get what we're going to do here. So we won't just put this tree. Yes. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, let's just go ahead and design this. Preferably I will just take this off my design. All right, so I'll just click here, and take it off my design. Take it off my design, come on. Okay, it's not going to allow me to delete it from the dev mode, so I'm clicking this to take it off my design. Okay, just take it out. All right, now so this is basically what we're going to execute. Now we're going to go ahead and then this is going to be like, what is going to happen now is that we're going to have let me see. So there is a comment. All right, there is a comment, and there is a comment here. So someone comes over here and drops a comment, it shows here, and then someone else clicks this reply comment and then gets another pop-up to reply the comment and submit it, and it shows here. Okay, so I'm trying to see how we can handle this. I'm still thinking about backend too. What we're gonna do is, let's go ahead and just execute this first. Okay, now let's go ahead and then design it. We're gonna just design it below this, and then we'll use conditional visibility. So I'm going to go ahead and create what are we doing first? Let's make it a row. Yes, let's make it a row. Yes, because things are moving from left to right, so we make a row, and then we have something to do here. So we are supposed to have like a, let's say, an image here. The icon, let's start with this. So I can just go ahead and click on this to export it. Preview, and maybe export it. It comes as a zip file. Perfect. Then let's export this picture. I've not exported this picture before. Can I export it for a higher this thing? It's already blurry, so I'll just leave it like that. So export it. This is gonna come in as another zip file. Interesting. Okay, so this is a row. Okay, so let's go ahead and just bring in a picture. So this is 60 by 60. So I'm gonna click here to add a picture. That's an image using the image widget. So it's going to be 60 by 60. Okay, 60 by 60. And I'm going to go ahead and remove this border radius. And I'm going to go ahead and change from network to asset. And then I will click here to upload the image. So I'm going to go to desktop, and I'm going to come here and say all files. Okay, so I think this one should be it. Control X, and I'll put it in images, and okay, so I think at this point, no, I can't even select all of them. Let's go ahead and just paste it, replace it, and what's the time? 6:55. Okay, so this one, so extract it, extract all, extract it here. Okay, so now the problem I'm gonna have is maybe this. Let me come over here. That's when it's updated. I think this is it. Yes, so let's go ahead and just upload it, and yes, that's it. So we can go ahead and we're supposed to put an image there. We will. Okay, so let's go ahead and put these other scenarios here. So Sarah W, let's turn on the developer mode. So let's copy this. It's 700 by 12. Click on the image, the row now, and then add a column. In the column we're going to add a row, because we're going to have these two things here. So we're going to go ahead and say add a row. Okay, so there's a row, and then in the row we're going to add a text. The text is going to be the name of the trainer, I think, right? So it's 700 by 12, and let's copy the color here. Let's just slide through here and copy this first color, and 700 by 12. So let's go change it first to 700. Click here to change font weight to 700, and then here to 12. Scroll down and turn on the gradient. Okay, and paste the first color. All right, good. Then we go ahead and change the second color. Control C, and we click on here. No, we're going to click on here and paste it. There you go. Okay, now we have that. So the next thing we need to do is click on the row, and click on the row here. Click this to add a child to that row. The child is going to be a button. Okay, so well, this thing looks like a button, but it's not really a button. So but we can just use a button to achieve it. It's 48 pixels by 14, and it has like some 3 colors here, really. So we can just copy this 48 by 14. So let's come over here, change this to 48, and change this to 14. And we won't be able to use gradient on the button, so let's take it off. Let's add a container actually. So a container, the width is going to be 48, the height is going to be 12. Is it 12? 48 by let me see, by 14. 48 by 14. Okay, let's scroll down and go to where we have gradient, turn it on, and paste the first color, which I already copied, and let's paste the second color. This is going to be the second color. Ctrl C, and this is going to be the second color. Okay, now we're going to have the text inside. It says author, and it's 400 by 10. So and it's white, so 400 by 10. Let's see. Oh, it's not a button. I was looking for the text property. Let's add a row inside it. It could be a column. Let's add a text. Okay, and it's 400 by 10 and it's white color, so let's change it to white. And the content here is author, and let's click on that row and center align it, and also, yeah, this is already like that. Okay, so now it has a border radius, right? So let's click on it. Border radius of 30 pixels. So let's click on the container and give it a border radius of 30. There you go. Okay, So now we have these. Okay, so let's see, we need to give it some sort of padding of 15. Let's click here and give it padding on the left, 15. Perfect. Now with this column here, we need to separate it from the logo. So let's click on here and say 10. Okay, so it's more like 10 pixels from the left. So we will click here and say 10 pixels. Perfect. Now the next thing we need to do is add another row to that column. Let me copy this. It's 400 by 12. So this is a column. Click on this to add I think you can just add a text. So we're adding a text. Let's paste the content of the text. Okay, then we will make the text expandable. We're supposed to make it expandable, but it's not allowing us. Okay, so we will need to make the column expandable so that the text can also be expandable. There you go. So now the text is already expandable. We just need to reduce the size. It's 400 by 12 and give it some padding on the left, 25. Okay, so let's give it padding on the right, 25, and 400 by 12. Okay, so like this is good. Then we need to give it some padding, I think 3 pixels from the top. There you go. Okay, so now we have this. We just have one thing missing, which is this circle image on top of this. Let's click on this and look at the dimension. It's 18 on the top and 17 on the side, and this guy is 40 pixels. So let's click on this image and right click on it to wrap it with a stack, because we want to put something on top of it. So we wrap it with a stack, and then what are we adding to that stack? I know you got it right, circle image. Alright, so circle image is what we are putting on top of it, and it's a 40 pixel as the radius, 40 pixels. Okay, and it's 18 from the top, so let's say 18 from the top, that's the padding, and then 17 from the left. So like this we have something that covers it. All right, so this is perfect. Okay, so now we have all of these things working out for us. We need to just go ahead and do not forget, this will come out from database. We will try to see how we can do that, right? We will see how we can handle the logic. So we have another thing here. So this is a thumbs up, 1K, and then reply. What I would prefer to copy is this. I think we might find let's click on where is the column? Let's find this column. So this is the column. Let's add a row. Okay, so the row we're adding is here, and then we're adding an icon. Okay, so we're adding an icon. This is the icon. The icon is, let me click over here, thumbs up. Let's say thumbs. This is it. So which of them are we using? So I think it looks like, is it transparent? Yes, it is. So we will use hold on, it doesn't have a full hand. I think something like this one might just be it. So thumbs up, right? Okay, so thumbs up, and then let's just paste what I copied as the color, and then the size is 19, so we can just change it to 19 actually. Okay, so this, then the row, click on it and add a child to it, which is going to be what are we adding? We're adding two text. Okay, so one text is going to be 1K. All right, let's see, 1K, and this is going to be this color. I just pasted that, and then it's 7.6 apart, so we will say 8, and then we will give it on the right to 8, and then I can click here and say Ctrl D to duplicate. And so here we're going to just put a reply. Let's scroll up a bit and say reply. Okay, so we have this, and it's just 3 pixel on the top. So let's click here and give it 3 pixel padding from the top. All right, so the next thing we need to do quickly is we need to go ahead and what are we gonna do? Okay, I think this is fine really. What we need to do again is This is a picture, almost the same thing that is happening here, but this time around it's going to be here. We're going to remove this. So let's just go ahead and then copy what is happening here, right, and put it around here. Okay, so this is going to be like the reply. So let's see, how do we copy that? This is a column thing. I'm going to click on here and copy it. Now hold on guys, so we need to do something interesting. This is a row, right? This is a row. Now I'm looking at backend already, so we want to put everything together in a way. So this is a row that contains all of these things. So we're going to wrap this row in a column, wrapping this row in a column, and then we're just going to go ahead and paste that row that I had copied. All right, so now it's inside that column. All right, but it's inside that column. Let's see. Let me click to open it. Okay, so there is a row. No, let's see, this is a column. Yes, this is a column. Okay, this is a column. And why did I put it in a column? This is a column and this is a row, and then this has a row. This is the row. Okay, because I needed a column so that I can stack these things up. Okay, great. I now remember what I was doing. Okay, so let's see. Let's make everything to align to the end. Beautiful. And then now I'm going to go ahead and this is a column. What do I do with this column? So let's see. This is a row. Okay, I get it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and wrap this. Let's remove this edge. I need to remove this edge. That's the padding on the edge on the left hand side. So I'm going to wrap this in a row. Okay, I'm wrapping it a row because I want both of them to be like that. So we have a row here, and I want to put an image in front of it. So I can only do that if it's in a row. So now I'm going to add I'm going to look for a circle image. Circle image. Oh, this is going to be circle image. Okay, so circle image, and what's the size of the circle image? The circle image is going to be 32. Okay, so we would just come here and give it a size of 32. Perfect. And this text here, I don't know why it's not adjusting. Okay, so I think it's actually supposed to adjust. Okay, let's click on the column. The column is supposed to be flexible. Yes, that's what I just did. I had to click this to say expanded. Now I'm going to rearrange this thing. So let's go ahead and then click on this, click on it again to close it, and then I'm going to drag it down like this so the image comes in front. Okay, and then here I'm going to just look at the padding from the left. It says 55.2, so I'll just say here for the image 55.2. So push it inside like that. Then now everything is inside a row, right? So I'm going to go ahead and then just give it some padding here. So let's say 14 from the top. So no, let's just do it for now. When we're starting the UI, we will separate things. Let's go ahead and then what do we do? I want us to click on the column here, which I just did, and give it some padding from the edge. So it's 8. Just give it 9 actually. 9. Perfect. Okay, so now let's delete this. Let's delete this. Okay, hold on. So the person drops a post and the author drops a post. Okay, let's leave it actually. Let's leave this icon. We'll just use conditional visibility to show it. Okay, so let me just go ahead and copy this just for us to know that we're in the same place. Click on this and paste this. Okay, so now we're good. We have an error here. Widget row is set as flexible but is in a column column with unbounded height. So if I do this, okay, so I think it's fine now. We don't have that error. Okay, so guys, that's how we're gonna handle this. So the whole of this thing now, the whole of this thing is inside a column, and then it's going to come from database. Everything here is going to come from database, and that's why I had to put it like this. So now what do? We're going to wrap this entire column in a widget called list view. All right, so now this is how we're going to get it out of the database, and then this is going to be for replies, this is going to be for comments. All right, so that's it. All of this is going to come out dynamically. Now we have this. The next thing we need to do quickly is we need to go ahead and set this up, and this is quite easy because let's see, this is 37. No, the width is maximum, its height is 70, border radius is 30. Okay, so I'm going to click on the column here, and I'm going to wrap this column in a stack just the way we did it before. Great, in a stack. And then on that stack, what am I adding? I'm adding a container. Okay, yes, I'm adding a container. I'm giving the container a maximum width, and the height is 70 like we saw, and the border radius is 30 like we also saw. All right, now the next thing I need to do is put a text here, like a text widget, and then I will put this icon. I like it, so I'm gonna try to use this one exactly the way it is. So I'll preview it and just export it. I think it's coming as, well, zip file. Nice. So the image here is 20 pixel. So let's go ahead and say in the container, all right, let's go ahead and add a row inside this container. Of course, you know why we're adding a row. There are two things inside there, stacked left to right. And so here we're going to add a text field. All right, so I'm adding a text field, and add a text field there. Now we have this text field, and let me see, let's look at the padding. It's going to be like 43 from the left. All right, so let's change this to like maybe 43. Okay. All right, so then we can go ahead and in that same row. Okay, now we're not actually done with this. Let's remove the input decoration, say none. Okay, and then we can say add comment. So I'm going to copy this that says add comment, go to where we have the label text, and then Control A, Control V to paste it. All right, so now let's go back to the row and click to add an image. The image is 20 by 20. All right, so this is going to be the image for our send. So 20 by 20. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and then just take this off. Click on network and change it to asset, and click on this to upload the image. So now we're going to downloads, and we're changing from this to this. Okay, you can actually get to troubleshoot these the way you can handle it. All right, so I will go ahead and cut this and just put it where I always put it. Okay, so Control V, replace it. This is 712. Yes, right click to export extract it, and just extract it. All right, so I don't know where it's gonna be inside, but now this is where I might likely have some issues. How simple. I'm looking for an icon. It's not search. The icon is for send. All right, so this is let me come over here. Oh, this is a different thing entirely. Okay, so I'm gonna struggle a bit to find this icon. Okay, this is it. It's inside here, so send. Okay, so there you go. We have the send icon here. So let's try to give it the padding it needs. It needs a padding of 36. All right, so let's give it a padding of 36 on the right, and there you go. And here is more like 12. So let's click on the text field and give it a padding here 12. Okay, perfect. Now don't forget, the way we always do this is click on the container that we added in the stack, and then just use these to say go down. That's we're putting it down on this part. And there's something we can do. And again, we can turn on the box shadow. Okay, we can just turn on the box shadow. So if you see there, it gives it some sort of shadow. Okay, So that's it. We have these concept around here. Later on, we will go ahead and put in the design for the part that has to do with what is it called, that will give us that we'll be using to reply the messages. All right, so we'll just make that one really simple. We'll just copy from here, put it somewhere else in a pop-up. All right, so let's say 12 for this padding, and that's it. So we will come and set a conditional visibility for these list view. So when the user clicks on these, okay, no, this is not course content. This is supposed to be discussion. Okay, let's just copy this. So when the user clicks on discussion, that's here. So he's supposed to have these other contents here. So supposed to have discussion. So when the user clicks here, it will show just the course information. When he clicks on course discussion, it will show the comments and the replies. Okay, so guys, we are done with the UI for the base UI. We will have to do maybe a couple of other UIs in between, but so far we have finished the front end of the major part of this course. So now we're going to go ahead and start backend in the next video. All right, so see you in the next video. Take care. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we're going to start backend. Yes, it's very exciting, right? I know that feeling. Okay, so we're going to start working on the backend, and of course, where is the best place to start working on backend apart from the sign up page? All right, the sign up and sign in page. Okay, so for us to work on the backend, what we need to do is we need to have our Firebase. Okay, so we will go to Firebase, and then just go to firebase.google.com, and we're going to go ahead and for me, I'm going to have to select the email I want to use. Okay, so I'm just going to use Talcon. No, not Talcon. I'm going to use okay, so I've actually used so many of my emails to create Firebase projects. So yeah, so I'm going to use Talcon, or sorry, Nocode first. So this is what you do: firebase.google.com, then you select your email. It has to be a Gmail. It can work with Yahoo Mail, right? So you have to have a Gmail account. So I'll click on go to console, and then here it's going to show me the different projects that I have in Firebase. So I'm going to go ahead and click here to add a new project. This project is going to be called online learning app. Okay, all right, so Hola. It sounds cool. So it is going to be Hola. Well, that's like an acronym. OLA. Hola. Ah, yes, that sounds Nigerian. I'm from Nigeria. Yes, so let's go ahead and then just click on continue and turn off Google Analytics. We're not going to be using it. All right, so click on create project, and we're going to go ahead and wait for a couple of seconds for it to completely create the project for us in Firebase. And we're going to go ahead and what do? What we're going to do is we'll come to FlutterFlow, click on the settings, and go to Firebase, and we need to put something here. What are we putting? We're putting the Firebase project ID, then we start doing things. Okay, so here, let me close this one, and let me bring this one close here. All right, so I have this. I'll click on this to continue, and now I have my Firebase project for online learning app. I can go ahead and click on the project settings. All right, and then copy this. I'm gonna just copy the whole of this project ID. Okay, great. And also, for me to avoid having errors, in fact, let's have the error first so that you can also see it. So I'll just paste here and click and connect. It will tell me that, oh, FlutterFlow does not have access to this Firebase account. Please add firebase.flutterflow.io as an editor to this project. That's the idea. So what I'm going to do now is I'll come over here to users and permissions, still under settings, and then I'll add another member, and that's going to be Firebase add flutterflow.io. Okay, and then I will click on here and say it's going to be an editor, and done, add member. That's it. So now that I'm done with that, if I come back over here and say connect, I should get a success. Now it's connected. Okay, so now that I have done that, I need to go ahead and click on auto generate config files so that it can generate some small tiny bits of files that is needed to actually run my project successfully. Now that I've finished that, while this is going on, I'm going to go ahead and come to build, click on authentication. All right, so we need to set up our authentication here in Firebase, because Firebase will be handling our authentication. Authentication is users signing in into your application and creating accounts, signing up into your application. I'll click here to say add new provider, and I'll pick email and password, and I'll say enable, and I'll say save. I will also try again, click here and say Google, all right, and enable, and this is public facing name for project. I will just go ahead and change this to online learning app, okay, and I'll put in bracket Ola, okay. Support email for this, we'll click on this and just choose Nocode for us, okay, and then I'll click on save. That's it. So I just did a configuration that will help our users to sign in and sign up using Google. All right, so it says enabling Google sign in for the first time creates new auth OAuth, that's OAuth clients, which are automatically added to that. Can't enable Google sign in for some apps. Download and place. Okay, so we leave this. All right, so now we've enabled it and then we're good. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and come to build, click on Firestore database, and we need to go ahead and start with create database, and we're going to say start in test mode, because basically we're going to be testing it, not like going production full. So we'll say next, then we say enable, okay, and wait for a couple of seconds, and this will be completely done. So it's currently provisioning the cloud Firestore for us, and when it's done, we will see our Firestore database where all the different things that we want to save in our application will be stored in. All right, so now this is it, it's empty. We're going to have to create collection from FlutterFlow. We'll go ahead and click on build and go to storage, and in storage we're going to go ahead and start click on get started and start in test mode, next, and done. Okay, so now we're done with regenerating config files. While we're waiting for all of this to finish working, we need to let's wait for a while until the storage is done. Then we need to deploy the Firebase storage. We need to do other things, of course. Okay, so what we're going to do now is let's go ahead to the widget tree, and we need to go to authentication main. All right, so this is like the page for authentication main. Now this particular page is strictly for signing in, like logging in. So it says a login and sign up. All right, so what we need to do is we're going to go ahead and duplicate this screen and say this is going to now be our, let's just create here and say sign up. All right, sign up. Okay, that's good. So we have this screen is going to be for sign up. Enter your email, enter your password, enter your name or email. Okay, this is going to be enter your email, not name. We want email. Enter your email. Enter your email. Enter your email. Okay, and okay, so another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make these 3 components, right? Yes, enter your email, and then I'm going to click on this and duplicate it, say Ctrl D, the duplicate, that's 3 now. So this is going to not be password anymore, this is going to be full name. Okay, so I'm changing this to full name, and this one is a password field, so there's something we're going to do to it. Let's rename it first and say password. Okay, and this one is going to be email. I'm renaming the text field, so this is going to be email. Click on here, and this is going to be for full name. Okay, so full name. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and what next do we do? Okay, so let's click on the password now and indicate that this is a password field, because it's important for you to say, oh, this particular text field is a password field. And for it to be a password field, we're going to have an icon there to toggle the passwords. All right, so that's it. So I just put 24 there so it can show. Okay, that's the icon size. And we don't want autofocus. Okay, so we turn it off. And I think that's about it. So the same thing with this, we're going to turn off autofocus. We come here and turn off autofocus. Okay, so then now let's change this particular detail here from login to sign up. So maybe sign up, yes, sign up, and this is gonna be sign up with Google. Okay, then this one is gonna be sign in. Okay, so all right, so having trouble, let's just say you have account already, sign in, something like that. Okay, so that's how it works. So how do we set up our authentication? So we're just gonna go ahead and click on this. Let's go to the main container. All right, yes, this is a main container. We're going to add an action. So that's the way FlutterFlow handles authentication. So we're going to go to add action after we've selected the container that we want an action to be executed when the user clicks on the button. All right, so I'm going to come over here and say add action, and I'll come to backend and database, and I'll see something called Firestore, and I'll see something called okay, not that. Where is it? Okay, so that's a bit different now. Okay, so I have authentication. Something is wrong somewhere. Okay, something is wrong somewhere. So we don't have authentication because we have not done some basic settings. Yes, we haven't done some basic settings, so we don't have authentication. So let's go ahead and just click delete this action. Yes, and okay, and let's go back to settings. And now that we have done this, good. We need to click on this icon here. Just click on it and say next step. We need to turn on this enable authentication. That's basically what happened. Then we need to turn on this one, and then we can just say start building. Now we will be able to see what we need to see. So it's saying auth page setup needs to be done. So we click on this, the entry page. What do we want the user to see first? Want the user to be able to see the sign up screen. Okay, basically it's always the sign in, right? So let's just say the auth main. We will later on have to change this name from auth main to something else. So let's call this what do we call this? This is going to be when they log in, they're going to their dashboard, right? So that's it. So let's come over here and rename this auth main to sign in. Okay, so I'm just going to click on it and change it to sign in. Okay, all right, so this is it, sign in created. Now the next thing we need to do, we have some things here. We have some warnings, Firestore rules not deployed. We need to deploy it. So we need to come over here so that we don't have any issues. Click on this to deploy the rules, and just deploy the rules. Wait for a couple of seconds and that will be done. Okay, when it's done, it's gonna disappear from here. Display is gonna turn to green. So let's come back here. Okay, now it's done. Let's click on container and go back to adding an action. No, let's start with sign up and click on the button itself, and we are going to the highest hierarchy. That's the container, and then we will go ahead and add an action. The action is going to be backend, and then we see here Firebase authentication. Yeah, I was looking for that. So we wanted to create an account. The authentication provider is going to be email in this case, and then the email field is email, and the password field is password. All right, so if at all we did not indicate what field is password field, this wouldn't have allowed us to put it here. Okay, very important. Now we need to add an extra field, which is going to be for full name. So there is a field already created for us by default when we turned on authentication and said create collection. So this is a default collection called users, and it already has a field here called display name. Otherwise we would have had to create it automatically by ourselves, which we will create other collections and create this schema by ourselves. But here there's a field called display name, and that's what we're going to use. So we're going to come over here to add extra fields to the result of this sign up, and then the field here, I just click on this, is going to be display name. And we don't want a specific value, we want it to come from variable, so we'll click to change it from variable. We go to widget state and say pick the value from full name widget. All right, the widget that we called full name. That's it. You see why it was very important for us to rename it? Good. Now that's all we need to do. When the user clicks on create an account, like sign up, that's it. It signs the user in and they have access to the application. Now let's go ahead to this one. This one is going to be easy peasy, yeah? So here we just need to go ahead and click on add an action, and we will be saying backend and database will say Firebase authentication. Then scroll down, we will say where is it? We will say create an account, and the create an account is going to be Google. Okay, and that's it. Okay, so that means the user's account will be created completely by Google. Google is handling all of that account creation. All right, then for this one, we need to add an action for navigating the user to the screen that they can now use in signing in, if at all they already have an account. So we'll click here to add an action. That action is going to be navigate to, yes, you guessed it right. And we will now say sign in. There's a screen that says sign in. Let's change the navigation transition type to fade, and then let's make this 500 milliseconds. I like to use that. Okay. So now the next thing we need to do is go to sign in, which is the very first screen the user sees, and we need to set up the same thing. So click here to rename this text field and say this is going to be email. All right. It says enter name or email. We need to just rename that and say enter your email. Enter your email. Enter your email. And then let's click on the password field, and you know what to do with the password field. We have to go ahead and say turn off the autofocus and turn on the fact that it's a password field, and give here 24 just so that we can see the toggle password icon. Perfect. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and do the same thing with these. Turn off the autofocus, click on the button here. Specifically, we're going to the container, and then we're going to add an action. Action is going to be very simple. We're going to go to backend and database. We will say Firestore. No, we're saying Firebase authentication, log in. And then here we will say it's email we're logging in with. And the email field is email. The password field is password field 1. This one. Okay, so I think we didn't rename this. So we will say password. Okay? Yes, we didn't rename it. So let's click on this and see what, yeah, it's showing here password. Beautiful. Now let's do the same thing here. Click on the container and then add an action. All right. And we will say backend database, Firebase authentication, login, and we will say login with Google, and that's all. Perfect. Now I'm having trouble logging in, sign up. Maybe let's just say don't have an account. Don't have an account, sign up. So let's give a navigation action to the sign up text here. So we click to add an action, navigate to our sign up, and then we make transition type to be fade, and we say 500. There you go. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do quickly is we have set up all of this, and all we just need to do now is go ahead and test our application. So I'm going to just go ahead and run a quick test. I should have done this before because it takes like roughly 2 to 4 minutes. But anyways, we're going to get that done. I will use this same time to just go through what we're going to do next. Let's just wait until this pops up a bit. Then we can just know that, okay, it's loading, and it's going to take like roughly 2 minutes to show us what it has in store for us. So yes, the logo brightens up, meaning it's going to come up. Beautiful. All right, so now this is going to take roughly under 2 minutes. So let's just wait. Let's come back to the Figma design. So the next things that we're going to do, all right, is for us to start working on the dashboard here, right? So we're going to start working on the dashboard. We're going to make it such that the user, when they click on here, they're navigated to here. Like, we'll just set up all of these navigations properly, and then we will create something where we can actually get to upload a picture here, right? So upload a picture here, and well, let's just see how that goes. So I think this icon here is when the user clicks on this, it should allow the user to have access to their system. They upload it, and now we need to go ahead and publish it. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so we can play around with this. All right, so we can play around with this icon. Yes, I think this is what I'm going to use. I'm going to play around with this icon such that this icon will do two things. Yes, that means it will be used in editing, and it also be used in, there's another thing that is going to appear there that's going to be used for pushing, like you update it, like it to say update, like it to have an icon for update, something like that. I think we will just really have like some fun time. So let's see. Our application should be up. It's almost done, so we can just test it and see what happens. Then we'll create an account, and then actually we just need to creating default bucket list. I think this actually worked. It's just that we need to reload it. Yeah, sometimes it has that problem. So yes, it actually worked. Okay, so this is taking longer than normal, but I think it's gonna pop up what it has for us very soon. Okay, so let's just keep our hands, let's cross our fingers. Yes. Okay, so let's see, let's go. All right, so I think this is actually taking longer than normal. Let me try to push it again. Let's just push it again. You can only have one debug session. Exactly. So yes, open session. So this is a session, and we already have a debug session, so let's open it. Let's see whether it's going to open it for us. Okay, but actually every single thing that we've done here works actually, but we have to test it. Okay, so let's just be patient. After all, the patient dog eats the fattest bone. Well, I hope it actually does eat the fattest bone. Okay, so it's starting all over again. Well, I think there must have been a problem with this. So even if I reload this, let me try to reload this. Will it be faster than the other one? It ran into an issue and is not just telling us. You see, there is need for communication in live. It is basically struggling. It's trying to do something and it just couldn't do it. Instead of it just saying, oh, hello guys, just calm down, I know I'm running late, but just give me a moment and trust me, it's not. Okay, you have to learn how to communicate. I'm not talking with you guys, I'm talking to this simulator. All right. Okay, that was just me being funny. I hope it made you laugh. All right, so this is it. It's working now. So let's try to preview our application, right? We won't have this problem again because in the next couple of sessions I will just be running instant reload just to keep pushing from one level to the other like that. Okay, so we have our application. There you go. So it says here login. If we try to log in, it's not gonna log in. So I'm gonna click on here to sign up. That one, we're going to have to fix it. All right, don't worry about that. We will fix that part. And then let's just say sign up. Okay, so it brings us here, and then I will put my email. Let's say Mr. Okay. All right, and then my name, and then password. Beautiful. Then I can now click on sign up. Okay, so I've clicked on sign up. It brings me here. Guys, we have our application working. All right, so this is it, and we will try to troubleshoot some problems that has to do with the Google sign-in. There'll be a particular part where we are setting up the Google sign-in. I wouldn't like to do that now because it will require us to publish the app to the web first, right? So that we can actually go and debug it. I will show you where to see. I want us to see the error first and how to even see the error and know how to fix it. But that would require me to jump a particular step. I don't want to do that. Okay, so we will continue building our application in the next part of this course. See you soon. Hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we are going to push it a little bit up. All right, we're going to be doing a couple of things at once. Now, the very first thing that we're going to do is we're going to try to we won't handle this yet. Okay, we will begin to work on the courses first, and then we will go ahead and we'll make some things to come dynamically from the database. Okay, and then we will also try to what do I say here, we will try to see how we can even this image, we can actually make it such that it can come from the database. Okay, so we can have like a generic image here, but I think I prefer this coloring. It's just nice. Well, this shows that it's a course, basically for school stuff, right? So I think we can still keep this. It's just that let me see. Okay, we will try to see how we can maybe store this image as in FlutterFlow directly. Okay, directly in FlutterFlow, then we can now put it somewhere else. All right, I will show you all of that. Now let's go ahead and do something really nice. What we need to do is, first of all, we're going to go ahead and create a collection called courses, all right, in FlutterFlow. And then let's do it right now instead of just talking about it. So we will come here to collection, and we'll click here to add a collection. And the collection is like more like a library where you put in not like a library, it's like a bookshelf in a library where you stack in some books. Okay, so we will say courses. All right, so this is courses, and this courses is gonna have like different like, let's say each of the books that is supposed to be on this shelf, right, they're supposed to have some sort of labeling, like different characters, the size, the volume, the name on the book. Exactly. So now we want to now put each of these, like, so now we want to create the labeling for each of the books that will be found inside this shelf. Okay, so like this, now we're going to have one of the labeling is going to be like the title of the course. So course title, course description, course price, and let's say course rating. Okay, so let's just do it like that one by one. So let's say course title. Okay, course title. I like to use small letters. Course title. I will say course description. I will try to type it in full. Course description. Okay, so we have this now. Then we now have we're gonna have course image. Okay, so let's say this is gonna be image path. Yes, and then we say check. Then we're going to have course price. Okay, this is going to be a double because it can be $49.99. All right, so we can have a course rating. Let's go ahead and say this is going to be a double, right? You can have a point too. Then we will have let's see, we have the instructor, right? So course teacher, and then level. Okay, so we can say course teacher. All right, so course teacher, this is going to be a string, just name and characters. Course level. All right, so there you go, we have all of this. This course level is going to be a string as well. Okay, so now we have this. What we need to do quickly is we need to go ahead and then begin using it in our application. All right, so let's set things into motion. Okay, so for this particular one, let's see, this is it. We had already exported this before, right? And when I exported it, it came as a zip file, I think, right? Let me see. Yeah, it came as a zip file. So let's just download this one. I like it like this. I don't know, I like this coloring or the graphics. It's just cool. So I'll just export this. Okay, and then this one too. Click on it and export it. So we will somehow store it inside FlutterFlow and then save it. Allow. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's come back into FlutterFlow. Let's go to where we have the dashboard, and then now from what you've seen here so far, let's start with this one now. Let's start with the fact that it says welcome back, this the name of this person. So we need to go ahead and say click on this and say authenticated user display name. All right, so let's start changing things one by one. So it's going to show the authenticated user's display name here. Now we're supposed to change the image here, so let's go ahead and change the image. But before we do that, let's say placeholder image. Okay, so let's say placeholder image, and let's come here to look for an image we can use for as a placeholder in case there's no image, because in most scenarios there'll be no image. So let's click on this. I think we can use this. So all right, I'm gonna right click in and copy image address. Okay, this is where we're gonna use it. So we click on this and we will go to where we have this, change it from assets back to network. Okay, well, now we want to get things to enter into our application from database. Then we'll now go ahead and click this, okay, and say authenticated user photo URL. Okay, now that place is still empty, so let's put a default variable so that we can still see something that shows there even when we have not run it. Now we have that picture, you see, we have that placeholder there. Okay, beautiful. Now the next thing we need to do quickly is welcome back, display name, then the picture of this person. So if the person doesn't set a photo, then this is what it's going to show. And anyways, we don't have a design yet where the user gets to set their portfolio. Okay, we have it. Okay, I just remembered we have it when we are clicking on this. Okay, so before we continue, I'm going to go ahead and then what we did here before was just for us to see the design. So let's go ahead and delete this. Okay, so I'm going to delete that and then select this one. Okay, and then click here to delete it. All right, so just delete it. Okay, now we have that gone. We need to go ahead and then make sure that this is coming from, let me push this up. Okay, so there's a small challenge there. Let's click this, and then I'm going to look for the container. This is a container. I'll try to scroll up a bit, and now good. We have this now, and in fact, as a matter of fact, we need to remove this. Say control. Okay, let's leave it there. Actually, I think it's fine. We can leave it there. Let's wrap this container with a widget called list view. List view is a widget that will allow us to be able to generate, let's say, a list from the database directly. That's how it's done. So now that we have wrapped it there, we can now come to backend query. All right, here, and we click to add a backend query. We click on query type, say query collection. We now want to query the collection and say show us every single thing that is inside the collection called courses. Now it's asking us what collection are you talking about. It's going to be courses, and we want to see all the list of documents. In some scenarios you might just say you want to see only one single document. Okay, then we don't want to filter by anything because all the courses that is available. Okay, recommended. All right, so now we're going to do something. Let's go ahead and filter it. Let's just go ahead and confirm first and say confirm. Now we're going to see like this kind of display now, right? Very beautiful. But there's something I want us to do. Let's go back to our collection and say status. Let's say type. Okay, let's say course type. Okay, so course type. So this is where we will put it, whether it is a recommended. Okay, no, let's call it recommended. Let's make it Boolean, right? So recommended, okay, recommended, and we say Boolean. Boolean is either true or false. So in the database, we might, for each of the document that we're going to add here, we might have to turn on, make some courses recommended by turning it as true, and some not recommended by making it false. Okay, so what we have here, it's supposed to be filtered by that particular field in our course collection. So let's click here to edit it, and it will now say filter it. All right, we're filtering by the recommended, because this place means it's saying recommendation, right? Recommended is what is equal to true. Okay, that's it. So that's it. That means everything, is not all the courses that is going to show here, only courses that are recommended, okay, that have the status true for recommendation. Okay, so we'll click on confirm, and there you go. Now at this point, now the next thing we need to quickly do is let's start getting this thing from the database like this. Let's click this and say let me go ahead and change this from asset back to network. Okay, and then I will click on here and say courses document. Because we have queried this list view, we can now access the courses document. So we'll click on it and say course image. Okay, now we're supposed to see something here, but instead of using a placeholder image, what I want us to do instead is let's go ahead and come to the where is it we have here, it's called asset. So we can go ahead and come here and then look for it. So let's look for an image. Let me see, where do we have it? Where do we have the image? Some things are not showing the way I wanted to show. Oh, okay, am I missing out something? These are all the assets, and there's something I'm supposed to see that I am not seeing, and that is supposed to be this image. It was supposed to be here. Maybe it's this one. Okay, let's go ahead and then just open this. So it's trying to download. I don't want it to download. I wanted to just like preview it. Okay, so these open asset in new tab to download it. It's saying I should download it. I wanted to just view it. Okay, it doesn't allow me to actually even right click on it. So what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to get the link. It's supposed to open somewhere else, so I can actually have access to the file from here. Okay, so I think we're going to just go a bit different. Let me see, let me think. Let's try this again. Now it opens, but it's now showing me like this: compress, free courses, these, online, this. It's not giving me the link. It's supposed to give me a link that shows it, and I copy it. So now it's not doing that. Slightly different. I think this is like a new feature, right? Because I used to be able to get that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and come over here and get a placeholder image for a random image. Okay, so let's we can use this, or maybe this. So let's use this. All right, so let me see if it's gonna get clear. It's not getting clearer than that. So let's just say copy image address, and then we'll come back here, go to our widget tree, and then try to click on this, and for the default variable value, just go ahead and paste what you have here. Okay, and then when you paste this, what you need to now do is, okay, now we have these showing here like this. Okay, better. I think we'll just have to make do with this, and then here this is going to be the course title, so click on that, and then click on this and say course document, course title. Then we will say this one is going to be for the description, so click on it and click on this and say course document, course description. I would like you to go ahead and click on this to say expansion. That means if it's longer than that line, it should fall down, it should spread downwards. Okay, then the price here, what we're going to do for this one is that we're going to make it a combined text. So I click on this and say combined text. I'm going to write the combined text allows you to put in like two different texts. One can come from the database, one can just be written. Okay, so here I will say price, then this, exactly just what we have here, then add another one. Then this time around I'm getting the value from the database. So I'm clicking on this now to go to course document and go to course pricing. I want it to be number format, and I want it to be customer specify format, and I want it to be currency. Okay, so I click on currency and say confirm. That's it. Then I can click on confirm here. So it now shows you a price and one. Perfect. Now this is going to be my course rating. So I'll click on here, click on here, click on here, and say course rating. Okay, it's basically a number format. Then we can say like that. Okay. Let's see. Let me click on here and see no folder changes. Will it change anything? No, it's still, I didn't want it to overflow like that. So let's just say number format, no formatting, custom specify format. Okay, let's see. Yes, now I prefer this one now because it's not taking all the spaces. All right, so here I'll click on this and I'll click on this and say cost document, and I'll now say cost teacher, and that's it. Then for this one is gonna be level. So I'll click on this and say cost document, cost level. There you go. Okay, so now with these I have defined all of these things for myself, and all of this will now come from database. Now we are not done with that. I would have loved us to like check it out now, but our let me just end this session for this run debug session and then start a new session, so that while we are still working on it, while we are still working on our application, let me turn this off, we can later on come back and look at this. Okay, so because I want us to do a couple of things from backend with this particular tutorial. Okay, so let's just wait until this loads so I can just be sure that when we want to test it, it can come alive. All right, so I think, okay, this is gonna work. It's coming alive. It's coming alive. Perfect. Okay, so it's building up. Now we have this. The next thing that we need to consider doing is we need to go ahead and then do something incredible, right? Well, all the things that we've been doing, guys, is incredible. Yes, it's been incredible. So we will go ahead and then okay, I think we should not make it too long, right? So yeah, this is dashboard, so we can say dashboard part 1. Okay, yes, dashboard part 1. So let's leave it like this. Let's just watch what we have here. Before we continue, let's test it. Let's create a document. So this is it. We can go to collection, and then here in manage content, we can use this as our admin panel. For this our application, we can use this to add the courses and a lot of things. Okay, so let's do just that. So I'm gonna wait for the manage content. That's a CMS for FlutterFlow. If you can see here, it says CMS, Content Management System. For this particular application, actually, right, is going to allow us to be able to add different things to the application. Then from there, we can now test it for real. So let me go and get what do I want to put here? Let's say it's let's call it integral calculus. Integral calculus course. All right, something like this. I'm looking for a picture that can depict that. I think I like this one, but I needed something that has like a dark background. Okay, I've not found something really nice yet. Have you seen something nice? I haven't seen something really nice, something that can work, right? Okay, I think this works for me. Yes, this works. So I'm going to copy this, copy the image address. All right, I'm just copying that, and then we have this is our CMS now. It's loading up. I think it should be showing us the application now. Let's see. This one is up. It's going to load up very soon. So this is our CMS. It allows us to see all the users that have created an account on our platform. In a couple of seconds, you see the user. This user created an account. So we can actually get to see the content in our Firebase in FlutterFlow without going to Firebase. So we can click here for courses. There's no content for courses. So if you observe here in the application itself, let's just look at it. It's going to be blank. In fact, we can start filling first. Let's click here to add a document as a course. So course title, let's call it integral calculus. Integral calculus. I used to love mathematics back then in my bachelor program. So differentiation and integration makes the world better. Well, because why not? Because why not? That's the description for the course. Then we can click here and upload the URL. Okay, the course price is $455 and course rating is 4.0. Course teacher is, of course, who else than Professor David. So David, I think I can even give myself some really nice position there. Dr. David, sounds cool, you know. Okay, course level, let's say beginner. Okay, and then recommended, of course. We can now go ahead. First of all, before I click on that, let's look at how it looks like first. So you see here, it says welcome back David the Rock. It doesn't show anything because there are no courses. So but now if I go ahead and say let's go, now we're gonna see a course. Okay, so we have a little problem. There's an overflow here, right? Overflows by so pixel. This text here is way too much. I actually did imagine that that was gonna happen and I did something to fix it, but it seems it didn't work. But let's see, which one is that? Is the title? Okay, is it just a title? Yes, it's just a title. So let's see, the title here is expanded. Okay, so what is happening? It's supposed to, you know, go down. Do we have another text? This is, oh, this is title. Title is short. Now I don't know what happened there because it's supposed to, I think it didn't load properly. It didn't load it didn't load everything. So let's just, because now it's supposed to be fixed actually. We say expanded, right? It should go down, right? If at all it's longer than that space. And this is a column. Okay. And I think we should actually give it some padding here and say 14. Okay, so 14. All right. So let's just keep that like that. 14. If that's the case, we might need to just see the same thing. Let's do an instant reload again. Okay, just trying to be sure. This is it. It's not in a row. It's not in a row, so we shouldn't be happy. Let's see. Let me just wrap it in a row. Okay, and then the row is also flexible, right? Great. So the row is flexible. The text is flexible. The text is flexible. Okay, so let's see what it shows here. If it doesn't, we just reload it one more time just to be sure. Okay, so the thing about development is that you will always run into bugs that you were even trying to avoid. So you just need to, okay, so it's still there. Let's just do one more last instant reload. And if it's still there, then we will just know that, okay, there is some problem somewhere. Okay, so let's see what we are going to get this time around. So now this is us, you know, trying to do debugging. It's still the same thing. It's still the same thing. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now as a temporary fix, we're going to try to fix that eventually, right? So let's have a temporary fix. I'm gonna click to edit the length of this course, like the course description. So I'll just say differentiation is great, and then I'll just update it. All right, and now it is corrected. There's no error. That means the error came from this text being too long and spreading out. I will try to address that in the subsequent part of the course. Okay, let me see something here. This had some border radius of 15, so let's give this image a border radius of 15, just so we can always have something smooth there. Okay, so this is our application, and now this is going to be smooth a bit, and this is all coming from the database, and this is fine. Okay, so for this part now we will just have to stop at this particular point. The next part of our course will continue in making sure that when the user clicks on this recommended course, it can take the user to what? Take the user to course details, okay? And then they can actually go to click on auto profile or add to cart. Let's go. We'll see you in the next part of this course. See you soon. Alright, hello guys, welcome to another part of our course, and in this part we are going to build the what is it called, the course details page. We're going to make it such that when users click on this card here, they will be redirected to the course details page, where they can now go ahead and see the details of the author of the course, and then see a button to click to check the author's profile, or even add the course to a cart. Okay, so let's jump right into it. It's going to be a bit hard, but we're going to get it right. So first of all, let's do something around it. Okay, all right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and let me see. Okay, let's start with the fact that this particular part, I believe this is like the course title, but now we have this front-end development. We now have these different categories. I think this is like front-end development. This is more like the different programming languages, or maybe different part. I don't know how to put it per se, but let's see how we can rearrange this. We don't have that detail here in this place, so when I was creating the course collection, I didn't pay attention to this. So let's say this is the title, this is the maybe focus, yeah, and then we can say this is like we can call this course elements. So element 1, element 2. Okay, so let's do it like that. So let's come back to the collection here in FlutterFlow, click on the courses, and then we're going to add this is going to be focus. Let's call it focus. So we're going to have something called focus. So there's focus is going to be a string, and then we will check. Then we're going to have, let's call it element for lack of a better word, element 1. So element 1 is going to be a string. We can just call it element 2. All right, and we can just leave it like that, string as well. Okay, so what else do we need? We need I think we're good like that. Let's come back here and see what we have. So we have these title, the focus, the elements, element 1, element 2, description, and the author's detail. Okay, so now let's see. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and add something to what do we do here? This is supposed to just be the okay. All right, I'm trying to figure out what we can do here. We're going to query a user. I'm looking at the backend. For us to have what we have here, we're going to query the user collection, and we're going to filter it by the email of the course creator, so that we can have these exact details coming out from here. So we have name already in the user collection, display name, 50 plus courses. So let's say number of courses. All right, then we can say number of students, and then we can say reviews. Now this is how we're going to do it. Let's come to collection, and then in users we can now say number of courses. Let's say number of courses, something like this. Number of courses, it should be an integer, so we keep it like this. And then we have what else do we have there? We have course reviews, and then we have number of students. So let's put number of students first. Num of students, and this is going to be integer as well. And we're going to have course rating. Yeah, course rating. Okay, so course rating or rating. Well, we can, let's just say rating, right? So this particular place is for the person's rating. So this is going to be a double, right? Ratings always have like a decimal point, so it's a double, and there you go. Okay, so now how do we use this? So first of all, I would like us to do something really quick. Okay, no, let's not work on that part yet. Let's see what we can do here. So here, right, what we're going to do is we're going to go to, hold on. Now let's start the whole processing, right? Okay, good. Now this is the card. This is the card that shows a particular result from our backend query. Yeah, so this is the card that shows one of the many results, right? And then when the user sees it, I don't know, I think our test mode had already died. Okay, this is it. So this is what the user sees, right? When the user sees this, you can click on it, all right? And it's take the user to the course description. Let me run a new session for this debug mode. I think it's gonna give me a new session soon. Okay, so I can turn this off while waiting for this to load. Okay, so what I'm saying is, let's come back here. When the user clicks on this particular card here, it's going to take the user straight to this place. All right. Yeah, it's going to take the user straight to this place. Okay. So how do we go about doing that? There is something here. It's an action. Of course, we have already done that before. So I've selected the entire container. You have to take note of that. And when you click on add an action, the next thing you need to do quickly is you're going to have to add, what is it called? You're going to add a navigation. And then you will now say you're navigating to the course details. So let's look for course detail. This course details, I'll add the transition type as fade, and then the duration is going to be 500 milliseconds. And then now it doesn't finish there. Now the whole idea about what I'm doing now is I want to pass all the information that is found in this document that has been queried from the courses collection. I want to pass it straight to the course details page. And for me to do that, I have to connect a pipe. Like, just imagine that I'm connecting a pipe from here to the other side. And so by connecting that is more like me clicking on define. All right. So it brings me to where the user will be directed to when they click on that card. So pay attention. And now for us to define what kind of pipe are we passing across. So we can now click here to add a parameter. And then we will say, let's call it course. I like to call it courses ref. Okay, courses ref. So we are referencing a particular document from the course collection. So we'll click on here and say document reference. Okay, we can actually use either a document or a document reference, but I usually prefer to use a document reference. And what collection are we looking at? Courses collection, and we are now going to confirm it. It's going to bring us back to where we were before and tells us, okay, you've connected the pipe, and then what next? Of course, when you're connecting a pipe from one place to the other, the idea is you want to pass in some sort of water, some sort of fluid. You want to pass a material. In this case, we have to define what we want to pass. So we click on this, pass, okay? And then it's now going to ask us to define what we are passing. So we're going to click this on set, go to courses document, and tell it that we are passing the document reference, the reference from the result of the query. So we click on confirm, and there you go. Now we have connected the pipe, and when the user clicks on this, the user will be taken to the data screen. Now it doesn't finish there. We have to go ahead and go back to the course details screen. Where is it? Course details. Okay, yeah, this is it. So this is course details. And so now we've passed something here. It even shows here that there's a parameter here on this screen. This is called a page parameter. So we have it here, and what we need to now do is make use of this thing that we have passed. How do we make use of it? Every single thing that is going to be on this screen is going to make use of what we have passed from the other screen. So we come to the scaffold, all right, the very first thing on the screen, which is the scaffold. And we are going to query the scaffold. So I click on the query, add backend query. Now we're going to be doing something called document from reference. That's the query type we're using. And then we will say the collection is courses, and we will click here and pick the parameter that we have brought into the screen. So I click in here and click on confirm, and that's done. Now we have successfully, really connected the two screens. Now we need to now go ahead and then use it for real. How do we use it? So first of all, we will click here, okay, and then click on this place, and now we will see the courses document because we have queried the screen. So we can now say, okay, this is going to be the course title, Beautiful. And one of the things I would like us to do, or it doesn't allow us to do, let's click on the row and see we can, that is not working either. I think we can do that to the column. Okay, so let's click on the column first. Make the column expandable. All right, so I click on this. The reason is because I want to make these text expandable, so that when the width of the text is longer than the space that it has, it can, you know, drop down. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and then still give some sort of padding on the left. So I can say here maybe 16. So that if it is so long like that, it doesn't have to like touch the edge of the screen first before it goes down. Then here for this one, this is what we decided to call focus, right? So we'll turn this to say courses document, scroll down, and we look for something called focus. So perfect. The same thing that we did in the other one is the same thing we should do here. So I'll click on this and then give it some padding on the left and say 16. Perfect. And then for this one, okay, so let's call this, this is going to be our element 1. So I'll click on courses document, scroll down, look for element 1. All right. And then I will go ahead and click on this one. And let's say click on this, go to courses document and scroll down, go to element 2. But now the thing is this, right? When we put something inside this container, it might be bigger than this allowed width of the container. So what I would like us to do, which is the most interesting thing we need to do, we need to go ahead and give it expandable. Now it says it can work. It says invalid action. So what we will need to do is click on the container, make it expandable first, okay? And then we can now go ahead and say infinite width. Now it's going to expand, right? Beautiful. Now we've done this to this one. We have to do it to this one as well, so that we can have the same effect. So we click on this, and then we will say, let's touch this first to make it expandable. And then we can now say infinite width. And then we can now give it a padding on the right. So let's say 16. Of course, that's what we've been giving for padding there. So beautiful. Now it can somehow, you know, expand to fit what is inside it. That's like the idea. So we have the course title, the focus. Now this one here, this is an icon. Let's click to add an action to the icon to take the user back to where the user came from. So this is it. It says navigate back. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have that, and this is one is going to take us to the cart. So let's click this, add an action here, and say navigate to cart. Okay, so we can say click here, the transition type is fade, and then here is 500 milliseconds. Beautiful. Okay, so for this one, right, I know you already know what it's going to be. It's going to be description. So I click on here, go to course document and say course description. Perfect. And then we will work on this later. Okay, so let's just leave this one here. Now, one of the most interesting thing is going to be this circle image. All right. What we're going to do first, before we continue this, we're going to do something. Let's go back to courses image. In fact, before we do that, let me show you something. Let's click on the container that has all of these things inside it. Okay, so let's see, is it the container or the stack? Okay, I think it's the stack. So the stack is the parent of this entire space. So what we need to do is we're going to query the user collection, because this is the details of a user. All right, so we're going to query a user collection, query collection, and we're querying the users collection. It's not going to be a list of documents, but a single document, and we will confirm. Now, every single thing that is going to be found in this screen is going to be for a single document, but there's a problem. If we do not specify that the author that shows here should be the author of this course, then we'll be having a random details of users appearing here every single time. Like Firebase will just be shuffling it and all of that. So we will need to filter it. And for us to filter it, we need to be able to come here to the query and say maybe filter, and then add and say, okay, different things. Now let me show you what we're going to do to fix that. So we'll come here to Firestore, and we'll go to courses, and we'll add another field. We will call it author's email. Okay, author's email. Yes, I think so. So author's email, and this is going to be a string, and I'm checking it. Okay, so now what are we going to do here, and how are we going to use it? Now, this particular document that has led us to this particular place, I mean the courses document, will now have the detail of the author. All right, so now that we have queried the users collection, we can now say filter this result, whatever should show here. We'll now say, what are we using? We'll now say email of the result that should appear here must be equal to what? We click on onset and go to courses document and say it must be equal to what the author's email. That's how it's done. So now the only person that will appear here will be the exact author that created this course. Okay, so we can now go ahead and click on this circle image, change it from asset to network, and then we will need to actually go back to our placeholder image. So let's come back here and search for what we searched for before, placeholder image, and let's get a placeholder image. I think we saw some very nice placeholder image before. Let's see, where did it go to? I think this was the one. Yes, this is it. So I'm going to just go ahead and copy the image address, and I will come over here, and now I'm saying network, right? So I'm going to click here and say I want to go to the users document and say photo URL. Fine. Now I'm clicking this back again to paste the default variable value as the placeholder image. I just pasted that there. Now this shows here, just like we did it the other time. Okay. So now we can now come here and click on this to, you know, get it from the database, users document, display name. Perfect. Then this one says 500 plus courses. Okay, so now how are we going to do this? We're going to use a combined text feature. So we'll click here. We'll now say, first of all, we'll click here and say we want to go to courses document. No, not courses document, users document. And the users document is going to be number of courses. Okay, and let's number of courses. Let's say number of format. Was that what we did before? We can now say okay, no, let's say no further changes. Okay, number format, no further changes. Then we can just add plus here, so that's gonna make it plus. We'll click on add text, then we can now say we'll give a space, then say courses. Okay, so we can now confirm. Let's see what this shows us. All right, so it says 1 then plus courses. That's fine. Then here, this is plus courses. We have this is supposed to 5,000 students. Okay, so let's come here and say the same combined text that we used. We'll come here and click on it and say we'll come over here, users document, number of students, confirm, and then we can add the plus. Okay, and then add text again and say space, then students. Okay, and then we can now confirm. Beautiful. Then we can now click on the courses review, click on here and say users document and say rating. Okay, rating that way. It says invalid format. Okay, so we need to say number format, confirm. Yes, so it's a number, so we have to just not use any regular stuff. So now we have this. So I think this is about it. We can go ahead and then just test what we have done. All right, yes, we can just test what we have done. Now let's see. Okay, what we're gonna do now is let's go ahead and I think we're already having this running for us. Okay, it had not finished running. I didn't. Okay, it had finished. It expires in 16 minutes. So let's just wait. I'm actually going to wait for it to finish. Then I'll do an instant reload. Then it can show us the most latest update for this debug session. Okay. So let's wait. Let's wait for a second. Another second. Another one. We're going to check it out soon. Now it's up. Okay. So now we have this. Well, it's not really. There's no hand that is supposed to tell us, okay, this place is clickable. That means it has not taken our most recent update. So I'm going to click to run an instant reload. It's not totally instant. Okay, it's instant, it's fast. Okay, so it's going to give us like the latest session. All right, let's see. I actually saw some sort of warning here. We will need to address this warning. Firestore rules not deployed. We will have to address that rule very soon, just to avoid issues. Okay, but I don't think it's going to affect us from seeing a reasonable result for what we've done so far. So let's see what we have here. After this, we will just work on the cart, and then we're good. Okay, so now, okay, great. I can now see the hand. It's telling me I can click. So I can now go ahead and click this. When I click on it, it brings me here. You see, it has the integral calculus. It doesn't have element 1 and element 2. It has a description here. It has profile buttons here. So now let's go ahead and then we can even go back. You see, we can go back. We can click here to go back there. We can even click here to see our cart. All right. We have some overflow here. We will work on all of this. Okay. So we haven't really taken all of this up yet. Okay. So what we need to do now is let's go to this content management, and then we're going to edit the content that we have here. So now it says we have okay, it has not been updated. So let's reload it. I'm reloading the content management system so we can put the focus and put the element 1 and element 2. Okay, so and then also we can upgrade, we can manually put number of courses and number of students. Okay, no, we won't even put it, we'll just put it as 0. Yes, yeah, we'll put it as 0. So hold on, we're going to just look at this briefly, because like this now we don't have anybody showing here. You see, the reason is because our document does not have a value for the person who signed up, so nothing is showing here. It's 0. Okay, so we need to go ahead and set that up immediately so that we can have it showing. So first of all, I think we can start with this by putting number of courses 1, number of students 0, rating 5. Okay, 5.0. So update the document, and we're good. So now don't worry, we're gonna get there. Let's go to courses, and we can now go ahead and edit this. Now if we scroll down, we can now see focus. So what were we teaching here? Integral calculus. So we can say what was the title? The title was integral calculus. So maybe here the focus could just be for this particular one, differentiation. Okay, element 1 could just be let's just say Leibniz. I don't know, I'm not sure I'm spelling the name of this great mathematician correctly, but let's say Newton. All right, so element 1 Leibniz, because they were the two people that discovered integral calculus. Then I'm going to put the author's email. Don't worry, we will be doing this. We will at some point create a scenario whereby we can like create maybe a section where the course creator can actually upload the courses without using maybe the CMS here. So let's put the email. This was the email I use in creating an account. So I'll just put it here, and if I put it correctly and update the document, which I have, if I come here now, I will see this. Okay, it appears 1 plus courses, 0 plus students, and 5.0. It's supposed to show 5.0, but it's showing only 5. So now we have Leibniz and Newton. Everything is working very fine. So guys, we've been able to create something really remarkable here, and we will continue in the next part of our course. The next one, we will just go ahead and see how we can push this thing to the, like when the user clicks on auto profile, the user will be taken to what is it called? Will be taken to the author's profile. So let's just go ahead and end the class at this point and see you in the next one. Bye for now.